Well, good morning. Definitely a pleasure to be back in San Antonio at the Crossbred Gilt Show. It's the largest gilt show we've had in the 5-year history of our show. And my name is Justin Rogers. I help with the marketing part of the Crossbred Gilt Show. Pleasure to be back in San Antonio at the Crossbred Gilt Show. It's the largest gilt show we've had in the 5-year history of our show. And my name is Justin Rogers. I help with the marketing part of the Crossbred Gilt Show. Pleasure to be back in San Antonio at the Crossbred Gilt Show. It's the largest gilt show we've had in the 5-year history of our show. And my name is Justin Rogers. I help with the marketing part of the Crossbred Gilt Show. Pleasure to be back in San Antonio at the Crossbred Gilt Show. It's the largest gilt show we've had in the 5-year history of our show.
Attention Crossbred exhibitors, if you have a substitution form for a Crossbred gilt that you are showing, please turn those substitution forms into the back of the holding area to Mr. Aaron. He is a black WP
Test, 1, 2.
There we go.
hat.
Yep.
Please turn in all Crossbred substitution forms to Dirk Aaron and the black WP agriculture hat in the Crossbred arena. Thank you.
Test.
Test. There we go. That should be pretty good.
See, did you hear my voice come back on there?
I can hear.
But I mean, it came back on and I wasn't talking. Yeah, earlier.
Oh, I didn't hear it. Oh, that was okay.
Test. Can you hear me? Okay.
Okay, y'all can both talk.
Test 1 2.
There we go. Okay, we're back in action. Just making sure we had our mics coordinated with the Purebred show over there. Again, Crossbred show, 5th year, 587 head. My partner in crime or cohort here is Brandon Anderson, a longtime hogman from the Graham, Texas area, longtime county agent, now city manager there at Graham. We'll have Mr. Troy Sloan is our evaluator today for the show. If you guys know much about Troy, he's from Cameron, Missouri, Team Sloan Livestock or Team Sloan Show Pigs, a real premier young man, judge all across the world, and we're very honored to have him come evaluate our Crossbred Gilts. So our first 3 classes are from 230 to 233, and just real excited to get this morning started. We'll be jumping kind of back and forth. We talk about pedigrees, and I'm going to go ahead and jump down there in the ring and start gathering some pedigrees, but I'll let Brandon a little visit about some things here. But we're definitely excited to have this show started off. Like I said, this is the biggest show we've had here, and the fifth annual. We'll have a Crossbred show sale tomorrow at 1 o'clock and previewed, I believe, at 11. So looking forward to a great day.
You bet, Justin. Justin's going to go down there and try to get a little information on a few of these gilts, obviously around ringside. Got one you're cheering for out here. They're going through the sift process right now. I think we've got about 15 classes today. We'll have 3 divisions. Lightweight division will have 5 classes, so the numbers will be class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4, and class 5, and then classes 6 and 7 will be the lightweight division drive, and so then the middleweights would start back with class 8. If you're out there listening and have already found where the live feed is, you might want to share that information with anyone else that was unable to attend and get that information in their hands so that they can view. Best I can tell, the only good thing that's come out of COVID is maybe some upgraded ability to be able to watch stuff like this more at home or online, and if you don't have that link, we'll be providing it here in a little bit, but I think taylorfort.com is where you can go to find it, and also if you'll find his Facebook page, you can watch it on his Facebook feed, and I think there's a YouTube video channel as well. So I can just tell you right then, I've gotten way out of my realm in terms of technology, but lots of opportunities for you to tune in and watch. Again, we're on class 1 of the Crossbred Gilt show here at San Antonio. Justin mentioned we had the most numbers we've had so far in the Crossbred Gilt show. I think best I can tally, 587 head is what we've got total in the Crossbred Gilt show. if you're not familiar with how the show is ran here, basically all of Class 1 was called up, and so they came back into holding pens, and they came through one at a time. Every kiddo has the opportunity to be seen by the judge. Mr. Sloan is our judge today, and he then decides at that point whether you'll go to the middle of the ring, which often referred to as the sift ring. He may or may not go back out there, or he will go back out there and sift through them, but he may or may not pull some out of there. Depends on how many he pulled that he liked the first time that he looked through. I can tell you right now, I know he's pulled about 11 out of this first class. There was 42 heads, so pulled about the top 4% out already. I think we'll be placing 10 ribbon getters today, so he may in some classes keep obviously more than 10 like he already has here today, but every kiddo gets their look, and that's the process we're going through. So we'll have that camera back there on the sift, and then here in a moment we'll be moving the camera back to the main ring so that you can view your kiddos out there showing. Okay, back here in the sift pen, I think our judge has got one more to look at. It looks like the young lady in the pink is going to be our 42nd head that comes through here in Class 1. come back as soon as he gets done evaluating this gilt. He'll step in here to the main ring, and we'll bring your video view over there. Hope you're watching the Crossbred Gilt Show, and I hope, unfortunately, what we're finding out is they do have a delay over on the Purebred Gilt Show with technical difficulties with the internet connection. So apologize for that, but stay tuned here, and we'll keep you updated when that gets updated as well. So again, Judge Sloan's come out in the main arena and sorted back through. I don't believe he pulled any more back out, but I know he's got 10 to 15 head pulled off on the top end here of Class 1 of our Crossbred Gilt Show.
Yeah.
So they're just missing these back to the barn, and now he'll rework his top end. Justin's down getting the information we can on those gilts. I would also tell you, if you've got a kiddo in the holding pen and want to reach out to Justin or I with that information via text, I don't know, I'll ask Justin if he wants to share that number online, but my number is 940-521-2301. Again, 940-521-2301. So if you're out watching and got a kid that you want to get the information to us on how those hogs are bred, that benefits the exhibitor, but also benefits, or it will really benefit the exhibitor in the long run. It's good to have that information, but we're trying to market these gilts when they get into the sale holes. Hopefully, if they achieve that top couple of placings, it'll make the sale. If we don't know how they're bred, we can certainly plug that as we promote throughout the day of the show, and then obviously in the morning when we do the preview for the sale as well.
Gilt coming out first, Quinlan Taylor there from Bandera County 4-H. That's a snafu from Linder. Blue gilt coming out next. It's Memphis.
645. Second page.
Yeah, she's a French kiss. In-game from Myers there in Harper.
566 looks like the next one.
566 is a Shug No Moss from Linders. Really stout gilt. This young man.
829 is our exhibitor number here.
Okay. And that was a one-man band kind of big deal from Greg. I believe it's Batchy. If I screwed that one up, I apologize, Greg, but I'm struggling to get pedigree information out of some of these kiddos.
Solid black gilt coming out next.
She was not in the pen when I was gathering information. She's one of the last ones to come in.
Exhibitor 565 is a gilt with the solid black gilt. That's Riley McKinley.
Yes, okay, that is a gangster on Carol's mom. Carol was that gilt from Heimer that won quite a bit a couple summers ago. Really, really good gilt. And she's from the S-squared bunch, Gabe and them.
I think that litter has been pretty good. I think that gilt, maybe a littermate gilt, got along well at Fort Worth, and possibly a littermate barrow was champion ham.
I think so, yeah. Schedule boy, Hart, I believe, had that barrow.
Exhibitor 639's coming in now. Black Gilts going back in a pen. 639 came back in. Exhibitor 26, Quinlan Taylor, grabbed a pin back.
Yeah, that's that snafu gilt from Linder. I did not get 639. I don't believe. I couldn't find her.
566 back in a pin.
Okay, that's that. Yeah,
from Burleson.
that's that Shug No Moss from Linder. So far, we've had a pretty solid Linder day. Nice set of gilts coming in that program. Troy, as expected, has found a square-built set of gilts that have got a good look, good muscle shape. Feet and legs are paramount with Mr. Sloan. And I'm sure if you break these things kind of out, we'll start seeing some differences in type and kind. I believe this is a home-raised gilt. My buddy Brody, 1457. Young man had the reserve grand gilt here last year. But my buddy Brody didn't know the sow, but that is a stay classy. I wouldn't be surprised. That's not a full mate to that reserve grand here last year. Maybe wrong, but I bet you Brody raised that one. Brody's known for good hogs and a very nice mullet. Nice little gilt, got a pin.
1457.
1004 came in and she did not know her pedigree. Olivia Longcrier from Lindale, but that's another nice kind of gilt. Blue gilt just got pinned. We did not know a pedigree on that one either.
Exhibitors 1275. Valerie Cardenas. Berkshire looking gilt coming out now.
Me and this young lady established in the pins back there that she was a Burke. And I'm assuming she is not a pedigreed Burke, or there was something off. That's still a very high quality Berkshire marked female. And this young lady came in later, and I did not get a pedigree on her as well. 894. And that would have been Jasmine Miles here from locally from James Madison.
Troy's got 7 back in the pen. Here goes 8. Exhibitor 1138 goes back to the pen. It's Caden Mason from Perrin.
And that's that snafu gilt. If I remember right, she's a snafu. Are you my sister? What a combination of names.
1085 or 1065. That Berkshire appearing gilt's going back into a pen.
A little update from Mama Busby. The sow is a stay classy, and I'm sure Melissa will correct me, but I bet that's that reserve grand here last year. But she's sired by Haters Gonna Hate, the Ryan hog that taught us.
Last one pin back was Exhibitor 639.
Still don't have that number. It's not even on the sheet. Really nice set of lightweights. Start our class off again. They weigh 230 to 233. Very, very nice set of gilts. Expo buyers, beware. There could be some opportunity here. This show in Angelo, or the last Crossbred shows in the state of Texas. And so if you're looking for expo hogs, you might want to get gateside and see if there's something that might trigger your fancy that are from Sal's. So, okay, here comes that gangster gilt back on Carol's mama. Carol was, like I said, a gilt that was extremely popular. Square Bunch bought a few years ago. Solid black gilt. Got a lot of neat things about her. Very heavy structure. Spot top gilt coming out, really powerful. Backside of her blade's extremely stout.
That's 566. That's Mackenzie McNeely from Burleson. I don't think we had any genetics on that one. Nice gilt.
Actually, we did. She's a shug.
Oh, she is.
No moss from Linder. If you're familiar with that shug hog, he's one of the heaviest bone creatures you'll ever see, and that shape and that dimension on that one really did well. Shug deal is for real, and I know there was a gilt that went out of Scotia County that was shug, very popular, heavy bone hog.
Attention crossbred gilt exhibitors. This is your first call for class number 2 lightweight crossbreds. First call, class number 2 lightweight crossbreds. Once again, please remember to check the board to make sure that you are in this class, in class 2 and not class 3. Those weights are the same for both of those classes, so please, exhibitors, make sure you come and enter into the correct class.
Brody
Thank you.
Busby's gilt is
Also, are there any
out of that
substitute
littermate
exhibit
sow
forms
to
for
that
Crossbred
reserve grand here
Green?
last year.
From Mr. Aaron and
Back
the
on
Black
Haters
Hat.
Gonna Hate. I believe he's a Believe in Me son. I know he's at Michael Totz's there in Harper, and that board's done a nice job. Grand at the grandstand district show was a Haters Gonna Hate. Those hogs have fed good for people.
Is that Brody's gilt?
That's British Gilt. Yeah,
she's
just one
going
of them.
back in, and if you're wondering what's going on, we sifted through. He liked him, pinned him once. He sifted through again, pinned him back in the top 10. Now he's pinned 3 back that he likes a third time now. So they'll probably come back out and drive for the top 3. Not sure how many he'll keep for sure.
You bet. The young man just came out there, 1138. That is a snafu. Are You My Sister? She has that Are You My Sister design and look, but she has that snafu bone and just stoutness. Nice kind of gilt. We've still not established our Berkshire gilt, our Berkshire color gilt as lineage, but a very nice little gilt. I think he's now going 9 up. 639. We never did establish a pedigree on her.
639 is 10. Young lady with the Burke is going back in 9. What was that, 1065?
I believe that's right, yes, sir. And then
That is Bren Lucas. I think his microphone's on. I think his microphone's on.
hey, Troy,
Or did he pick it
turn
up
the microphone off. Not to be bossy. Huh?
here? Okay. Must have just picked him up here. Guess these
just a
mics
really
are
good
really
microphone
good. Yeah,
system.
he just walked by and we picked him up in the ring. We thought his microphone was on, but telling those kiddos what he changed about him, and he's going ahead and placing from, looks like from 5 on down. He's placed. He's got 4 more. He's going to redrive.
You know, as is expected, Troy is really evaluating these things with expert precision and just doing a nice job in efficient mode and manner. And as you can tell, these things are very, very good. The top end is extremely good, and these first 2 or 3 coming out are just pretty elite livestock. Pretty nice when you see a 230 to 233 pound animals of this kind of quality. Be really interested to hear his descriptions on these things, and very excited to see Troy work here today. You know, Brandon, he's kind of like me and you, kind of a product of the judging program. Grew up raising some show pigs and raising some show lambs, I believe. I don't know how much he claims the show lambs like Cody does, but I don't know that dynamic. But great livestock people, Cameron, Missouri, and just pretty good product of the system.
Crossbred exhibitors, this is your second call for class number 2.
The Belta Gilt's one stout rascal.
Class number 2, crossbred exhibitors.
That's what I like about watching them. You know, if these guys are raising them on a day-to-day basis, they're going to bring them in here and kind of study them like they would like them to go into their fairing crate. And I think you're seeing, and he is a young, talented breeder. I can remember back in the day when those kids were both still in school, we swung by there and looked at pigs under a shade tree out in a little old makeshift nursery, but they have come a long ways, and Troy does a very nice job and got some help there, family involved, and good livestock.
Absolutely. Brody just goes forth, and we don't have a bred known division class winner, but he is the bred known division winner, I would say. I know he raised that one. That's another good testament of a good young man doing his own thing, and kind of watch that little guy grow up. Not a little guy anymore, but he's a good dude, good kiddo, much like the other three young ladies out there.
I think it's 1004 he just put back in third. That is Olivia Longcrier from Lindale FFA. Now he's got 566 and 565 left out in the ring. That's Riley McNeely and Mackenzie McNeely. May have a sibling rivalry bust out here too.
Well, the McNeely one too. One's a gangster on Carol's mom, and the Mackenzie's is a Shug No Moss. Pretty royal pedigrees there. Hogs with plenty of stoutness, really wide structured, big ribbed, heavy boned, and still look like females up in their front ends. And,
Black Gilts going to be 2.
Shug Linder's Gilts, the class winner. It's a nice pair. Troy nailed that pair for sure. Good job, Seth.
A privilege to be here at the World Series of stock shows, if you will, and certainly excited and anxious to get in here and not only get to judge good livestock, because obviously that's a given, but more importantly get to work with the great young people that you have in this incredible state, and the support that you give to this industry is absolutely second to none. And I think just an awesome way to get started, and I'll be the first to say, I'm not sure there's a perfect one in here, but at the same time, I think there's a top pair here, and even down into 3 and 4 and 5, as deep as maybe you'd want to go, that I think can go on and make the next generation better. And quite frankly, I know we're here to evaluate the ones on what they look like today, but I know there's a pig sale tomorrow that you can step in here and buy these. And so if you find one down in 3, 4, or 5, or wherever it may be, and you think that one can make your herd better, take her home, because at the end of the day, there'll be a stock show next year to bring them back to, and there's lots of different ways to go in that sort of thing. So a very good top pair here, and I think they could you could flip-flop them if you will. For me, there's one that's just more genuine and has just more of everything, and anybody that knows me knows I'm not going to come in here and just mass them out, but in this particular setting where we tweak each one of them maybe just a bit in terms of their build, there's one that's just hard to ignore when she comes right at you and when she leaves you. The young lady there to my left's got the one that's got the decisive advantage in terms of chest width. Her broadness and stoutness up high is maybe as good as anything within class. I love her length of body in relation to her frame size. Everything fits together from a height to length ratio incredibly well. Ideally, I'd like to grab her tail and pull it up just a bit and make her level her out of the rump and fresher at the top side of her neck. But at the same time, that one's hairy, that one's dense. She's burly, remains flexible out here and good enough on her pastureance. I think that one can go on and make competitive show bears. My compliment to that young lady. The one in second, man, that one's awesome from the side. Skin and hair, presentation, showmanship is absolutely second to none. I love the head and neck on this one. I love her stoutness of front foot and the forearm shape and dimension that she does have. Her height to length ratio, again, is absolutely second to none. There's no doubt in my mind when you get right up on top of them, there's not as much hog there. And then as she drives right away to get ultra critical, I'd like to square in her pin set in relation to where her hock and her rear foot sits. But man, that one's built for speed from the side. Skin, hair, and presentation's absolutely second to none. Young lady falls into 3 by default, and I don't mean that in a bad way, because this is good livestock. A genuine, as she comes right at you, she's got a big top and a stout end, one that still balances right from the side and remains flexible. I thought without a doubt of the initial 3, she didn't need to be as fresh, not only in terms of her skin and hair in relation to those 2, but at the same time, she's a little more bland and nondescript on the top side of her skeleton, and then as she drives right away, she gets a little more on the edge than maybe I'd consider ideal. Maybe got this one a little higher than some would, because in this particular setting, she comes across just a little bit lighter weight, and I don't know what they weigh. guess it doesn't really matter as long as they check the scales. But she comes across just a little lighter weight and a little harsher in her forerib and center body, and obviously she is. But I think when you just quality from the side, this one becomes awfully hard to ignore. She's got a stout mug, she's tall-shouldered, a big forearm, one that pulls together a strong top line. She's shapely and expressive up high and square when you get right in behind her. I think that one, with more days on feed, could be awfully good on down the road. Young lady comes out next. It's got another one that's very out there in terms of just the chest and power that she has. She gets a little long-bodied and cresty on the top side of her neck for her to balance for me. Got one here that's a little more upright in her shoulder. The blue gilt just kind of ran out of horsepower. Very, very good class. Awesome group of kids. Let's make some noise for those exhibitors, please.
Oh, here you go.
Parent, FFA.
Are you getting it?
In 7th,
Is it sound good?
Valeria Cardenas, Sherryland Pioneer, FFA.
Higher, lower?
In 6th place, Macy Holt, Huntington, FFA. 5th place, Quinlan Taylor, Bandera County 4-H. 4th place, Brody Busby, Winsboro, FFA. 3rd place, Olivia Moncrier, Lindell, FFA. In 2nd place, from the Burleson FFA, we have Riley McNeely, and your class winner, also from the Burleson FFA, Mackenzie McNeely. Congratulations to exhibitors.
So it wasn't actually coming through this one.
Okay, I think we are getting your placings posted.
And so we're doing everything we can.
Yes. Okay, I think she's got those top 5 posted on your screen, but just to go back over those class placings, if you didn't get them from our lead announcer, in first place in Class 1, Mackenzie McNeely. That's Burleson FFA. Congratulations, Mackenzie. Second place is Riley McNeely. Second place was Riley McNeely was second from Burleson FFA as well. Third place, Olivia Longcrier from Lindell FFA. Fourth place was Brody Busby from Winsboro FFA. And fifth place was Quinlan Taylor from Bandera County 4-H. Congratulations to the top 5 in Class 1. We're into Class 2 now.
So far, Mullet County's at 3. 3 very high quality ones.
So if you're just tuning in, appreciate you tuning in to watch the San Antonio Crossbred Gilt Show. Got about 587 head, I think, is what we've got total showed up. We're on the second class of the lightweight division. There's 5 classes in the lightweight division. This class is 230 to 233. There's another class 3 will be 230 to 233 as well. 41 is what we've got posted in this class. I'll tell you, in that last class, we had one that that had her back number was 639, and we thought we didn't have her on that list. She actually had the wrong back number on them, we believe, and 598. Maybe that was a substitute showman, but 598, Reed Lawley with Callisburg FFA was that showman. That was 10th in Class 1.
Another nice set of gilts here. He hasn't really found as many as he's hit to keep. We've got a couple white kind of Yorkshire-looking influence kind of females that he's picked. Probably a little more heat in that first class, but I'm sure there's going to be some pretty nice ones come in this class. Try to write some of those sponsors down. You know, to bring these streams, they're very expensive to do for a stock show to commit to bring it to mom and dad and grandma and grandpa at home. And we rely, and I say we, I use that loosely, the stock show relies on sponsors to make this thing go. And I just looked over the shoulder at the screen, and a couple of them we talk about right off the bat is Kanoth show pigs, and unless you're living in a cave somewhere, Kanoth has kind of dominated this thing, not only in the fall when he was selling them, but it's had the Grand Barra with the Mason family there. I believe Caden Mason had that Barra at Fort Worth, and he was a very unique one, to say the least. I also saw Jimmy Juice as a sponsor here, so shout out to those two guys. I say guys, the Jimmy Juice, the hair supplement, and also Kanoth show pigs. Obviously, Kyle has got a tremendous program, and the fruits of his labor have paid off for him. And congratulations to him and his family. And also, you know, the Jimmy Juice deal is a very nice daily care product that kind of hit a splash this summer in the Midwest and here in the Southwest is catching steam. So we definitely appreciate them, and we'll recognize our sponsors throughout the day as we kind of have time and things. But awfully good class again here today.
like Justin said, it takes a lot of people to help sponsor and get this live feed put out, and we appreciate what Taylor and his crew are doing, but it couldn't be possible without those sponsorships. And he listed off a few, and we'll constantly list them off throughout the day and give them some recognition. You can also see them in the bottom left and the bottom right of your screen as you're watching, but certainly people that want to see this success and want to be able to see this and get their genetics out there too. A lot of breeders involved, but we got Frozen Genetics, Rival Genetics, Hot and Water Show Pigs from California, Cell Ring Live, D&D Trailers, got Mormon Showtech Feed, Stewart Farms, Sweet Tooth Farms, Winmore Show Pigs, D&D Livestock, Fierce Threads, Hayes Farms from down in South Texas, Hoff-Schulte Genetics, Jimmy Juice, as Justin mentioned, Knopf Show Pigs, as Justin mentioned as well, Newcastle Genetics, Sunglow Feeds, Laird's Premium Blend, and Heimer Hamps is the list I've got so far. I want to make sure I get that all right. But if you want to continue to watch those sponsors down in the bottom, we appreciate their support and being able to get this webcast to you live. Again, if you're just joining, we are on Class 2 of the Crossbred Gilt Show here at San Antonio. Got 41 head in Class 2. We'll have 5 classes in this lightweight division. Class 2's weight range from 230 to 233. And like in the last class, they all come through in the SIF. Looks like Judge Sloan's got about 2 more to look at to come in. Oh, no, actually there's 3 back in that holding pen. So about 5 more left to come back through the SIF pen. Then he'll step out and look in the main ring. Holding pens are pretty full. Looks like we've got about 7 head in the holding pens right now. 8 maybe. So like I said, we've got done sifting through. He's back in. He's pulled one out of the main arena back in to go get weighed. Pulled another as well. That's 10, and they're going to go ahead and dismiss the ring. So,
ladies and gentlemen, in the Crossbred arena, let's give these kids in the middle of the ring a big round of applause as they exit and go back to their teams.
okay, so we're driving back through what he's kept. 978, first exhibitor to come back into the ring. 978's Matthew Welch from Lake Worth FFA.
That one's raised by James Spivey, but he didn't have a pedigree on her.
I think that next one out was 605. It was Abigail Smelly from Canyon Lake FFA.
And Abigail also did not know her pedigree.
724 is our next exhibitor, Jasmine Castillo.
Don't have a pedigree on that one or the one coming out now, 968.
968.
We got our token Okie over there, don't we?
968's Braylon Walgreen from Lavernia.
Don't have a pedigree on this next one either.
Blue-eyed gilt that came out was exhibitor 787. Kylie Mikes from Georgetown FFA.
Young man just came out with a belted gilt. I do have a pedigree on her, and she is a Rusty Cage Family Ties Secret Society Deuces from Lackey Livestock.
I don't know, the 795, the orange bandana actually got pinned back, so 795 is Kelsey Harris from Godly FFA.
I do know that's a Reeves and Smythe bred gilt. I'm trying to get a hold of Cole to find out the pedigree. So Cole, if you're watching, or Mr. Smythe, Brandon, if you're watching, shoot me a text or a message or smoke signal. Nice kind of gilt.
Get everybody out of here just earlier. You may do one more.
Like 968 goes back in a pin.
Yeah, Braylon Walgreen did not have her pedigree.
look like he's pulled 3 back in to resort. Now he's going to start placing from the bottom up. Try and get a number there on that third one that was pinned back.
Attention in the barn, Crossbred Exhibitors. This is your first call for class number 3, lightweight crossbreds. First call, class number 3, lightweight crossbreds to the staging area.
Rusty cage gilt, I believe, goes 7. Belted gilt.
Exhibitor 1088.
Yes, sir.
That is Jonathan Walful from Mount Enterprise FFA. 605 going in. Like 605 is going in 4th preliminarily.
This young lady just 1128 said she raised that one. Didn't know the pedigree, but she raised her.
Again, families, if you're out there and it's important you get in one of these classes and get placed high enough to make the sale, it's going to be really imperative that we kind of know the genetics on those. So you might encourage kiddos as they come to the ring to have that knowledge in their back pocket when Justin comes by. So
Yeah, this young man had the total pedigree written out, breeder and pedigree. He was very appreciative to have that, so we can, you know, a lot of people are watching this to kind of see the genetics and seeing how things are going. And, you know, we're fixed to embark on breeding season the next few weeks, and kind of nice to know some things.
Exhibitor 1171, I think, is she was in that top 3, that third one that went back in. That is Lindy Shoup from Post FFA. I think she ended up 3rd.
Second call, class 3 crossbreds, make your way to the staging area. All class 3 crossbreds.
Troy's comments here. Nice class 2.
Maybe not the depth and quality that we saw in the first class, and I don't want to come across negative because there's still parts and pieces and quality to evaluate and try to think about making hogs better, take as far as taking these home and trying to get them mated right, and at the same time, it's not easy to make good livestock, and if you think it's easy, I would challenge you to do it because, you know, I get to be fortunate and get to do that on a daily basis, and it'll make you pull your hair out because I think it's very, very challenging. With that being said, I think there's a pair of them that rise to the top in terms of having extras. However, those extras are completely different. The one that wins for me just looks the most like a show bear and a show gilt, if you will. You start her up front in relation to the one that falls into second. She's by some margin bigger chested as they drive right at you. She's stouter and just more right, I guess, for me in terms of her jaw and stoutness of skull. You get on top of her. She's got the back shape and freshness that I'm after. And even though she does need to be squared up when you get right in behind her, there's no doubt in my mind that one's flex and reach from the side is still more than adequate. One that's balanced and proportional and has muscle. I guess if I was going to take one home and really try to make the next great one, that would be the first one that I would grab in this particular class. The one in second's awfully hard to ignore from the side, and what I mean by this is that one is incredibly tall-shouldered. She pulls together a strong top line, is dead level out of her hip, and for one that's that tall-shouldered and that level out of her rump structure, she's still pushed back in her blade and knees. She's right in her front pastern. She still utilizes her hind leg with flex and reach and comfort, skin and hair, and presentation from the side is absolutely second to none. Young lady, as your gilt drives right at me, she absolutely has to be wider chested to win this class. She has to be more powerful at the San Antonio Livestock Show as she drives right away from you. My compliments to you and your family, though. That one's built like a rocket ship from the side, and this judge here can certainly get excited about this. Young lady 1 and 3, I like lots of parts and pieces to this one. I wish she put it all together in a more collected fashion. This is a big-chested one that's got a monster forearm, a stout skull, and a big ripped-up back when you get up on top of her. And even though she's wide and puts them out on the corners from behind, I still called her acceptable in that regard. The real issue with me and for this judge is she just needs to be better from the side. I'd like to drop her in her flank and just make her more practical in that regard. But, man, that one's got a big back and some pieces in terms of her proportions from the side that I think could go on and make very competitive show bears. On the other end of the spectrum, the 1 and 4 just kind of falls in there by default. And like I said in the first class, I don't necessarily mean that in a poor way. I like that one's proportions and balance from the side extremely well. I think this one's skin and hair and presentation is very, very good, especially within this particular class. There's no question she's got to be better in her knee and front foot placement as they drive right at you. And of the initial 4, I'd rate her to be the fragile just at the ring surface. From there, we work into some Gilts. I got some parts and pieces. I've talked to all these kids individually. Let's make some noise for these exhibitors, please.
But it has to be backed by conviction. To have a breeding program, there has to be a plan. It doesn't have to be popular. But it has to be backed by conviction. Backed by quality. The satisfaction is in the results.
Walgren of the Livonia FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We will go back through those placings for you once we get just a minute here. The feed from our announcer's microphone is not as crisp, but for y'all listening on the webcast, and we'll get it back out to you and how those kids placed in the top 10 and where they were from in just a moment. So again, that was Class 2. We're getting ready to do Class 3. There's 5 classes in this lightweight division. After that 5th class, we'll do a lightweight division drive. So we'll do placings in Class 2. First place was Braylon Walgreen from Livonia FFA. Second was Kelsey Harris from Godley FFA. Third place went to Lindy Shoup from Post FFA. Fourth place went to Kylie Mikes from Georgetown FFA. Fifth place went to Kaylee Jo Duguid from Orange Grove FFA. Sixth place went to Abigail Smelly from Canyon Lake FFA. Seventh place went to Jonathan Walthall from Mount Enterprise FFA. Eighth place went to Cannon Terry from Valley View FFA.
Attention Crossbred Gilt exhibitors, we are missing 3 exhibitors for class number 3. Please make your way to the arena. If you are in class number 3, Crossbred Gilts, this is your last and final call. Your class is entering the ring. We will not hold up for you. Thank you.
A few stragglers gathered up. Ninth place in Class 2 was Matthew Welch from Lake Worth FFA. And 10th place was Jasmine Castillo from Head Coach Elsa FFA. I'm sure I butchered that name. I've never noticed that FFA chapter before. So congratulations to our top 10 in Class 2. Again, like I said, we're in Class 3 of the Crossbred Gilt Show here at the San Antonio Livestock Show.
Okay, a little bit of results from that last class. I never did find the the second place gilt out, but our class winner was from the Knights up there in shallow water. Tad and Scotta and their family, and that gilt is a next intention on a Cowboy Swag sow. Knights are obviously no stranger to success. We appreciate Tad and his crew and Camo and Cameron Knight there, and doing an awfully good job. Obviously, those next intentions from the Laird crew and Premium Blend have been extremely successful. I've heard good things about those Cowboy Swag sows. That's an awfully nice gilt. I do know the second place gilt was from Reeves and Smythe, but I never did catch a pedigree from Cole or anybody. So nice kind of gilt. Just taking that gilt up to clean. Class 1, the class winner was a Shug, no moss. And the second was a Gangster on Carol's mom.
Okay, we had somebody out there asking, and so we were going back over. That's class 1, first and second genetics on the class winner and second place in class 1.
Okay, yeah, the class winner was from Lenders, and she's a Shug, no moss. Shug's the really heavy bone boar there at Lenders. I believe he's never before. Maybe wrong on that, but he's stout. And then the second place gilt was a Gangster. That hog at Winner's Circle and Todd's there on with Heimer. Heimer raised hog back on Carol's mom. That was an S squared raised gilt. Very, very nice pair. Like I said, second class winner was a Tad Knight raised Knight Genetics there on the Plains. And she was a next intention Cowboy Swag. Very, very nice gilt.
And we don't know anything on second in that class, that Chelsea Harris gilt.
She was a Reeves and Smythe, and Cole said he's going to try to find out the pedigree.
Okay. So hopefully we'll have that before the drive for you. Again, we're now in class 3, the middle class here in the lightweight division. Final class of 230 to 233. At 45 head in class 3.
Okay, welcome back. I guess we got a pedigree here. The second place gilt in Class 2 was, let me get the young lady's name. That'd be Kelsey Harris from Godley. And that was Reese Smythe, bred gilt, raised gilt, and she was a die-hard on a stallion. And I believe that sow is from 4K, the old Kirk Swenson deal there in Red Oak, Iowa. I guess it's actually not Swenson, it's Swanson, Kirk Swanson. And, you know, tremendous sow herd. I believe he sold some, not sold out or sold down, great hog man. But that gilt came from Reeves and Smythe, and she's a die-hard stallion. We now have our third and final class of our 230 to 233 pound gilts. He is he's pinned about 5 or 6, and Mr. Anderson's working the pedigree chart right now, and looks like a nice set of hogs. I see Miss Sarah Lackey with a nice blue gilt in the pins, the only ones I recognize so far. But look like a nice set of gilts that are pinned. Some of our other sponsors that we have talked about, Hofschulte Genetics, Miami / Wyandotte, and I think they claim Miami now. But Chris, Natalie, Nick, Philip, and Mom, Hofschultes, tremendously good hog people. Hero Hog's done a very, very nice job. If you're on you got crossbred sows and you're not using Hero, I would highly recommend that. Hog is very, very good. Nomad from Kurt Morgan, very good hog. Newcastle Genetics. Newcastle wins at all levels. The Forehand family, a really good set of hogs. Guys produce as many good boars as anybody in the country. Sunglow Feeds. Lots of very innovative products. Excuse me, in the Sunglow feed lines. Laird's Premium Genetics. The last class winner was Next Intention, and you know the Next Intention and Believe in Me boars have just dominated this deal, and those guys have assembled as good a set of hogs as there is in the country. And make sure you look those up. Be very interested to see what this next gilt looks like when you got her shining back up in our champion drive. Heimer Hamps. Obviously, Jesse is no stranger to winning major shows. Great hog man, and those hogs have been extremely good. Jesse has built the program very, very good. Frozen Genetics. Don't know much about Frozen Genetics. I believe that's just an operation. I will get some information on who Frozen Genetics is. To the owner, I apologize. I will be more versed when I go back. Excuse me on that. Rival Genetics, the Swin Hoggins up in Canadian, very, very good hog people. If you know much about them, they come to win. Great people. The Ottenwater family in California, Mark and Russell Pedritt, and that group, great people, lots and lots of good hogs. They've won lots of major shows, just very, very good people. Sellring.live, the emerging sell platform in the livestock industry. Dave Mullins, Taylor Ford also does some work down the Southwest. Personally, I've used him in my pig sale, the Bred for the Banner, and they do a phenomenal job. D&D Trailers, you know, here in Seguin, I believe, and they're just a great trailer company. Steel Show Pigs, Mike Steele, long-time hog breeder, good hog man. He is another sponsor. Be looking for Mike's online sales throughout the year. Tremendous couple years Mike's had. Known Mike 25, 30 plus years. Does a phenomenal job. Mormon Showtech obviously is no stranger to the nutrition industry. James Cypher's there in Oklahoma, Tad Knight here in Texas.
I did not call Class 4.
They represent the nutrition industry extremely well.
Okay.
Sweet Tooth Farms, Oliver Rusher, good friend of mine, and just a great guy. He can not only put you into the dental needs as a dentist, but he also can sell you extremely high quality show pig.
Please wait in your pin.
From a marketing standpoint, you know, the ability to do things in real time, to do it fast, to reach the masses of people, you know, is certainly a great thing for our business. But the bottom line is it still comes down to the people. You're still working for people on the other end.
Okay, just a little correction. That second place gilt was from Michael Meir from Iowa, so that makes sense. You know, on a 4K bred sow, or a 4K female. Appreciate Cole letting me know on that one. It's a nice gilt.
Okay, here we're about midway through Class 3. We're rolling the what he didn't like out of the ring. Got one that would sure like to stick around and get a second opinion, apparently. Also want to let everybody know on that purebred side, they do have that live feed up and going for the purebreds. Apologize for that delay. That was internet related, and now we've got that going. So your purebreds, you can pop over there and watch your purebred show if you want. But why would you want to leave the crossbreds?
771 is our first one out. You'll have the pedigree on that one.
Yeah, 771 is bred by Hajda Show Pigs. Don't have any other genetics behind it.
595.
595 comes out. That's a keeping secret from Tungate.
256. Or 1256.
1256.
Young man has a very healthy mullet. A lot of business on top.
That is a Lindner bred gilt. That is a French Kiss V40.
If you've not seen French Kiss, you probably need to sometime.
Got that one pinned back. That 1256 one goes back in the pin. Next one comes out. This is a Graham Fisher with a Fisher Show Pigs gilt. That's a Snafu Rockstar. Sierra Lackey, I think, is going back into a pin with that blue gilt. 963 is her number. No, that's a Lindner gilt as well. She didn't know how that one was bred, but she knew it came from Lindner.
I'll text JW and see if we can find out.
Graham goes back in the pin. Graham Fisher. We've got 3 pinned back. And the lady in the red sweater that comes out, I'll catch her number in a minute. That was a home-raised gilt, that we're sure. 657 is her exhibitor number. Tri Genetics, who raised that one. Young man out here in the gray vest, 595. Shade and gray. That's Keeping Secrets from Tungate. Did catch that one. Belted gilt that came back, young man, exhibitor 1039. That's from Van Damme Genetics. That's a Wintex 211 on a blindfold visionary sow. 1174, young man out there in the black vest. That is Julio Morales. That's from Sanchez Show Pigs. That was a blue man on a one-man band. We still just got three pinned back. Here comes another one pinned back. A young man that was an addition to this class. That's exhibitor 575. Just went back into the holded pin. That's Jackson Corley from Grandview. That's a Lindner gilt as well. She's a Hood Mills Never Before.
On Sierra's gilt, that was pinned second. She is a Shug Twigs back on the Kirby sow. The Kirby sow that raised the Reserve Grand 2 years ago here, that at the time was the world record selling gilt. So that one is extremely royally bred with that pedigree, very unique pedigree.
Would have been exciting set when they come back out, Justin. Yeah. Nice class right there.
Absolutely. Kind of getting some Shugs coming to the top of this deal and impressive group.
Getting the top 10 kind of lined out. We'll get that for you and announce that again over the live feed because it's not as crisp and clear over the announcer's microphone. We'll also have that top 10 listed on the webcast as well. So hold out for those top 10 results. But we'll be redriving. Looks like 4 ahead.
Getting lots of text from people really liking the how clear the stream is and the clarity and how crisp it is, like you're just sitting in your living room right in front of you. Appreciate those kind words. Very, very impressed with our live stream here, what we've seen and things. Very nice class of gilts here. It's going to be very competitive.
I think he's decided to keep that Hodgson gilt out here and maybe drive her in the top 5. That's exhibitor 771. Out comes 575. That's Jackson Corley. That's that Lindner bred gilt. Graham Fisher's fixing to come back out with his Fisher Show Pigs one. Snafu, Rockstar.
She's got those Snafu legs. Snafu's the Jonky hog that Corey Jonky hog that's at Max, Max, and Graham's place in Amy.
Here comes the Lackey gilt. Sierra Lackey showing a Lindner gilt.
Again,
she's a Shug.
She's a Shug Twigs. Twigs that blunt hog. Back on Kirby, the mother of Ty Blunt's gilt that was a world record selling gilt that went to Linton, that went to Premium Blend. Very impressive blue female. Another blue belt.
There's another Lindner gilt out here, Exhibitor 1256. Austin Orland, that's a Lindner. She's a French Kiss V40. I believe we've got the Hajda show pigs, 3 Lindners, and a Fisher show pigs out here. So,
You know, Brandon, this is quite a class, quite a bit of improvement. Kind of I'd say this is the strongest one we've seen. I don't know your opinion, but I think this is the strongest class we've seen.
top end for sure.
Absolutely.
Top end for sure.
Absolutely.
You know, in these last 3 classes, 230 to 33, and I'm not sure how they break those. I think it's just they throw them up in the air, but
Yeah, they
kind of depends
randomize
on where you hit. That last class you even mentioned on the mic wasn't as deep. First class was solid, and sure like those top 2, but I think this top 5 is pretty solid. Hodge the gilt goes in 5th.
Troy's in a groove. He's really sorting this deal and making sure proportional build and things are important. And
Wonder if he'll be quite that young and spry about class 19.
probably not.
Think.
I'd say not. His dogs might be starting to bark about that time. Got those boots on. They look pretty new. But and we've got quite a bit of padding with our bedding here. But we'll see how spunky he is.
To be nice and energetic again. 575, that's Jackson Corley going back 4th.
So far, he is just absolutely nailing them. It's nice. You can follow the judge and really see what they're doing. And then accurate descriptions on the mic.
The blue belt goes 3rd, Sierra goes 2nd, Graham Fisher wins the class.
All class 4 crossbreds need to make your way to the staging area. All class 4 crossbreds make your way to the staging area.
Snafu, Rockstar. Home race, he gets the bred and owned champion too. There is not a bred and owned champion, but
certainly a very interesting class, and I know in the livestock industry, and especially in the pig thing, you know, the term bells and whistles gets thrown around quite frankly, or quite often, I guess, if you will, and I think this is a class is a prime example of that. There's lots of parts and pieces that look hard to make and very expensive, and I know within the swine industry and the show ring, especially in Texas, we like to push the envelope as hard as we could, and sometimes maybe when we do that, we come up with some issues here or there, and I think this class is a prime example of that. With that being said, I would take all 5 of these top 5 home and not even blink an eye, because I think they represent quality livestock and have far-reaching pieces. When we pin them up and bring them back out for the second time, I thought it was awfully hard to ignore the just striking image, feature, and squareness of build of the belted gilt that's going to win this particular class. And I'll be the first to admit, I'd like to lengthen her out of her rump and just make her grab another gear and go with more athleticism. But at the same time, the couple that did that in this particular class wanted to wear out. So I kind of throw structure out the window from a deciding factor perspective and tie into the extras. That is an incredible, incredible mug on one that's still good in her throat latch. She's big in her forearm. That is a tall-shouldered one that is still pushed back in her blade. She's appropriate in her front pasture and has square toes. She pulls together a strong top line. That hind leg is hairy. It's dense. Those rear feet are absolutely gigantic. And when she drives right at you, there's no doubt in my mind she is the best of the initial 3. My compliments to that exhibitor. From there, I think there's some give and take, and I'll be the first to say I wish that class winner was rounder and bolder when you get right up on top of her. Not necessarily in terms of her shape, but just her rib shape, I guess, if you will. That's where the Gilton 2 has the decisive advantage. The turn to this Gilt's forerib shape, her center body and just length of body and proportions from the side are absolutely incredible. That is a big back, a big pin set, and a big hind leg. I love that one's skull, just in terms of one that looks like she can go on and make competitive show pigs on down the road. She's a tall shoulder one that's still pushed back in her blade and knee. Unfortunately, she drives right at you. She absolutely has to be better in her knee and chest for this judge. Maybe that's just a pet peeve of mine. I love that one's reach off either end. I love her density, I love her hair, and I love the muscle mass that she has. My compliment to that exhibitor. Young man in 3, I had you winning at one time because I think from this one, shoulder blade back, I think she represents everything that we try to do. That is a monster back, a big four-rib. I love her length to height ratio incredibly well. And even though she wanted to give out just a bit on this young man, I think this one's just range of motion and comfort level for one that's got muscle is absolutely incredible. I read her to be the most refined in terms of her front foot and her front ankle. As she comes right at you, she has to be better in her knee and chest as well. And then I'd tie her neck just a little higher on the top side of her shoulder. Shoulder blade back. I'm in love with that one. Young man does a nice job getting that one presented. Young man in 4, I had you winning at one time as well because I think hip loin forward, this one's awesome. I think just skin and hair presentation and one that's maxed out. This one offers a ton of good. This is a stout skulled, good looking one that's got a big back. She is awesome in terms of her flexibility. Unfortunately, I can't call her the soundest option within the top 4 as she drives right away. She wants to get a little wobbly in her hock and off from a squareness perspective. But man, that's a stout one that certainly offers a ton of good. Young man here just got to be better as they drive right at you and lengthen her out of her hip. That is a short-backed one that's still tall-shouldered and offers a stout mug. I can see that one generating on down the road. Very, very neat class. I'm fired up. Tons of pieces and parts to work with. Let's make some noise for those exhibitors, please.
In 9th place, Julio Morales, Petite FFA. In 8th place, Shaden Gray, Callahan County 4-H. In 7th place, Haley Hall, Leander FFA. In 6th place, Kenzie Frisch, Dallin County 4-H. In 5th place, Parker Drzombic, Floresville FFA. In 4th place, Jackson Corley. In 3rd place, Austin Orline, San Jacinto County 4-H. In 2nd place, Sierra Lackey, Kerr County 4-H. And your class winner from the Wichita County 4-H is Grant Fisher. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We just wrapped up class 3 right there, and top 10 in that class we'll go through in just a minute. Just to go back over that top 10 again in Class 3. First place was Graham Fisher from Wichita County 4-H. Second place was Sierra Lackey from Kerr County 4-H. Third place was Austin Orlean from San Jacinto County 4-H. Fourth place was Jackson Corley from Grandview FFA. Fifth place was Parker Jarzombek from Floresville FFA. Sixth place was Kinsley Frisch from Dallam County 4-H. Seventh place was Haley Hall from Leander FFA. Eighth place was Shaden Gray from Callahan County 4-H. Ninth place was Julio Morales from Poteet FFA. And 10th place was Logan Gardner from Jack C. Hayes FFA. In your first place gilt, Graham Fisher, that was raised by Fisher Show Pigs. She's a snafu rock star. Second place out of that class was raised by Lindner Show Pigs. Sierra Lackey's gilt was a shug on a twigs on a Kirby. Now showing Class 4. Class 4 of 5 classes of lightweights in the lightweight division. So 38 head in Class 4. So just to update you where we're at, we're in the 4th class of crosses. We've got 5 classes in the lightweight division of the Crossbred Gilts show here at San Antonio, and we'll have a division champion and reserve champion after that 5th class. We look like we've got about 5 to 10 head left to go back through the initial sift. Like he's got about 7 he's sent to the scales right now at this time, maybe 8 counting this young lady in the red that just came across. Again, the webcast could not be possible without our sponsors, so make sure you continue to look at the sponsors as you're watching the feed down in the bottom left and bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Appreciate those sponsors and helping out to get the San Antonio Crossbred Gilts show webcast. Okay,
To have a breeding program, there has to be a plan. It doesn't have to be popular. But it has to be backed by conviction. Backed by quality. The satisfaction is in the results.
Okay, here in Class 4, we are sorting through the final end. The judges finished his initial sift. I think he's got about 11 or 12 kept already. Looking back through in this class of 38 to see if there's any left. He wants to pull out. I think he's went ahead and dismissed them back to the barn.
Please give these exhibitors a big round of applause and let's show our appreciation for our hard work, time, and effort to bring the Gilt to a Gilt show. This was an extremely tough class with lots of very, very good hogs.
So again, we're in Class 4 of the Crossbred Gilts. 5 classes in this lightweight division. The lightweight division goes from 230 to 245. This particular class is 234 to 239 is the weight range out here. Looks like he's kept right at 11 here in Class 4 that he'll be reworking. Justin's down working on getting as much information as we can for you here, and we'll be back with you with the top 10 momentarily. Okay, we're bringing them back in. I'll have exhibitor numbers. So again, this 1006 comes in first. Haley Hawkins from Livingston, FFA. Predominantly black gilt comes out next. Young man's got a checkered shirt. Who decided not to put his number on. It's like 794 is the next one coming out. It's Jake West from Glenrose, FFA. Exhibitor 546 next into the ring. Ellis Bailing from Bryson, FFA. $11.41. Missed one coming in. That's $13.50. She's in. $13.50 is Cassidy Fay. Cassidy's from Stockdale, FFA. Next young man out here in a predominantly white gilt, a blue checkered shirt. Exhibitor 1141. Adam Crawford. Adam's from Perrin, FFA.
Okay, that 1141 that just came in is a last chance Patron from Garrett Hinkie.
So we'll get those first and seconds.
1451 just came into the ring.
That is a D2 livestock. She is a Waterberg refocus. The gilt that was pinned first is Hallie Hawkins, and that's an Echo Down in Flames from Cornerstone Ventures. Okay, Cassidy Fay, 1350, that's pinned second, is a home raised gilt. She's a double bred EC, which was a Warrior son from Canes. So their own kind of deal.
Exhibitor 807 came back in. 807's Matias Flores from Hale Center, FFA.
And that's a
man here with a belted gilt.
Here to Come Honor Society from Ashby, Show Pigs and Cotton Center.
643 Lillian Mann from Corio County 4-H is out. Nice belted gilt.
That's a rule breaker, no fair from Seth Stroman there in Kansas. The Sunflower State gilt.
Attention crossbred gilt exhibitors. This is your first call for class number 5. Class number 5 crossbred gilt exhibitors. Please make your way.
1124 comes in. It's Adrian Martinez from Odom, FFA. 11.
Do not have a pedigree on that one. The 1290 gilt that Sydney Merchler from Sinton was showing. She's a Never Forget Big Sexy from K-Max. Got a substitute showman there. Cotton West is helping out showing. She's got a Do-Rock gilt, he said.
Is that this one that got pinned back?
Yes, sir. That's the third gilt in.
Those that are wondering, at the conclusion of the lightweight
gilt that goes in the 4-hole.
At the conclusion of the lightweight drive,
643. Yeah, that's that Rule Baker No Fair from Seth Stroman.
Goes back in 4 for for the time being. They'll rework that top end. You said this 1451 was a Waterberg from Linder, or
From Josh Diaz. Waterberg
Diaz,
refocus
okay.
from them guys.
did you catch that young lady's name?
I did not catch her name. She's from Lavernia. There was a sheet mix-up, but that was a very nice Berkshire making kind of female down the road.
She went in 10.
Second call, class number 5, Crossbreds. Second call, class number 5, Crossbreds. This will be the final class in the lightweight division.
Black
class
gilt
number
that just
5.
went in Reese Mabry is a shine here to stay. And I am not real sure who raised that one. That gilt has won quite a bit this year. She was the champion all black of the Texas National, a few rings.
That was 8th, is that right?
I
What'd you
believe
say
so.
her
That
number was?
Reese Mabry, 542. And there's a large lad there with her, so I don't know if with a white gilt. I don't know.
At Adam Crawford, that was 1141 and 9th.
Okay. Good.
807 going in 7th.
That is the Cotton Center gilt from
Yes,
Hale Center. But,
Flores.
Here to Come Honor Society from Ashby's and Cotton Center. Looks like Troy's going to drive third or fourth of these.
I've got 542s Reese Mabry in 5th.
That is okay. I had my numbers mixed up.
You said this was a Stroman gilt, I think.
Yes, sir.
Exhibitor 643.
Rule breaker, no fair, unfair is what he told me.
That's Lillian Mann from Corio County 4-H.
This is the K-Max Bread gilt. Never forget Big Sexy.
What's her number?
That is 1290. Substitute
12-9.
showman.
Okay. That's Sydney Muchler's gilt from Sinton FFA. They said she is showing a do-rop.
Never forget is that Linder Bread hog that's out there at Southern Superior. Big Sexy was a sweat faker hog.
1350 Cassidy Fay from Stockdale FFA comes in next.
It's the home raised gilt. That's a double bred EC. EC was a Warrior son. I believe they bought from Canes. Red and known kind of deals. Here's Hallie Hawkins coming out. Hallie's an Echo down in flames from Cornerstone.
1006. Hallie's from Livingston FFA. Stroman gilt goes in 4.
Nice class here, Brandon.
1350 goes in 3rd. It's Cassidy Fay. And now between the Hawkins gilt and that 1290, the Muchler gilt.
Crossbred exhibitors, this is your final call for class number 5.
A little difference in bone and stoutness, but that's a nice pair of
Final
gilts.
call, class 5, Crossbred gilts.
Echo down in flames wins Cornerstone Bread Gilt. Congratulations to Chance Waldrop and his crew and the Hawkins family. Nice gilt.
Well, a nice class here as we work in, I guess, the upper portion of the middleweights, and I guess there's no real reason to try to beat the class winner, in my opinion, and I'm sure everybody has their own thoughts, but when they're accompanied with just feature in terms of skull, forearm, and just rear bone and foot size, and then they're the squarest of the initial ones, and still balanced right from the side, they become the easiest to start with, and quite frankly, a very, very nice one to go ahead and win this particular class. If you're going to get critical, you can maybe lengthen her rump, and make her just a shot more athletic, and boulder through the center portion of her body. Man, that is a big-legged, good-looking one that's presented incredibly well. Young man in 2 can drive one with the best of them. Absolutely perfect in terms of showmanship, skin and hair, and freshness. Presentation is off the charts. I like the extension ahead of the blade of this one. I like her length to height ratio incredibly well. She's upright on her pasture and yet still offers some flex and reach off either end of her skeleton. It's pretty easy to see whether you're in the ring or on the outside. She's not accompanied with as much forearm or just stoutness of feature up through her skull when you get off to the side of her. Even though I do like her height to length ratio and her proportions, she does come up a bit in her jump muscle and maybe not as square and genuine right at the ring surface as you study her drive away. Skin, hair, presentation, a flashy look, and a square build when you get up on top of them. I like that Gilton too a great deal. My compliments to that Exhibitor. I like parts and pieces of the 1 and 3 as well as anything within this particular class. That one's wide between her eyes. She's got a big blade and forearm laid in her. She's good in terms of the spread and dimension that she has up high. Her density and freshness of hair is as good as anything within this particular class. She pulls together a strong top line. I thought as the drive wore on, that one needed to be better as she drove right at you, not only in terms of her chest width, but her squareness of knee and just front foot placement. And then when we drove them just a bit longer, she's the shorter rumped option that consequently just stabs her hind leg if we're going to get critical. But another one there that's presented incredibly well. Young lady does a nice job getting that one drove. I like a lot of things about 4, and I know I've said that and it sounds like a broken record and we've got a lot of classes to go, but where this one's good, I think she reads as a true generator and one that can go on and make competitive show bearers or boar prospects. That one is tall shouldered, absolutely giant in terms of her forearm. She's got a stout mug and a dead level back when they drive right away from you. She wants to twist and get uneven in her toe set and foot placement. If we can better her there, I think that one's awfully good. Young lady in 5, honorable mention, a good looking one that's presented awesome. Told that young lady just a little too long bodied for me, and then as she drives right away, she absolutely has to be better in her hawk. Absolutely good class there, a good group of kids as well. Let's make some noise for those exhibitors, please.
Sure. So just to go back over the placings there in Class 4, and again, we've started Class 5, our final class here in the lightweight division. Placings in Class 4. First place went to Hallie Hawkins from Livingston FFA. Second to Sydney Muchler from Sinton FFA. Third place went to Cassidy Fay from Stockdale FFA. Fourth place went to Lillian Mann from Coryell County 4-H. Fifth place to Reese Mabry from Brock FFA. Sixth place was Matias Flores from Hill Center FFA. Seventh place was Adrian Martinez from Odom FFA. Eighth place was Ellis Baling from Bryson FFA. Ninth place was Adam Crawford from Perrin FFA. And 10th place was Emma Smith from Lavernia FFA. So that's your top 10 announced in Class 4. Also, those names are posted in the top 10 on the webcast. Also want to remind you, certainly keep note of our sponsors that are located in the left bottom corner and the right bottom corner of your screen on the live cast. And certainly we could not be doing this today without the support and sponsorship of those individuals. So thanks for that. Again, we're on Class 5. Sorry, I think I said we were in Class 4. Those were the placings in Class 4. We have just started Class 5, which is our final class here in the lightweight division. So we will place the top 10 here and then bring back class winners from 1 through 5 to show for lightweight division champion.
It'll be a pretty good division to watch. Our class winners have been very good. And the second place contemporaries are very impressive. You know, it's interesting to see the stream view, and it's been very high quality as I've looked over Brandon and the young lady's shoulder. But to really appreciate these things, you got to get on top of them, and you get the view that Troy gets, and it really separates some things as evaluators. You kind of look and see, you know, which one actually has the most blade width and, you know, upper shape, and on the backside their upper skeleton, and just break them down low. You can always see skeletal design, and it's how their skeleton's assembled from a side view, and even as they come and leave you. But really appreciate some of these females. These things are flat stout. They are powerful.
Tell us again there in Class 4, what was the top class winner and second? Did you have genetics on those, how those were bred?
I did. Let me get back to those pages.
Class
there.
1 was that Hallie Hawkins Guild. I thought you said she was an Echo.
Yeah, I believe she's an Echo or an Echo Son. She's on a Down in Flame sow from Chance Waldrop there at Cornerstone Ventures there in Dalhart. And the second place gilt
was a Sydney Muchler Guild, 1290.
Oh yeah, that's the K-Max bred gilt, and she's a never forget Big Sexy. Never forgets the never before Southern Superior, and Big Sexy was the hog at Sweat Figures, sold at Summer Type Conference, I believe a few years ago, to Shipley. Big, tall, friendly, good-looking hog. Nice pair of gilts.
Yeah, I think you're right, Justin. You know, I think in Class 2, I remember Troy mentioning that maybe the quality wasn't as deep, but every other class we've had a really nice set of top-end hogs, and really anxious to see what first and seconds look like when they come back out here, and should be a really fun lightweight drive.
I agree. You know, we're going to send the results to Pig Planet on some pedigrees. Visit that bunch this morning just a little bit on some getting some pedigrees to them, and the pins are stacking up quite nicely. Looks like we've got some heat coming into the back side of those pins. I believe we got Miss Fort pinned. I don't know who 776 kind of has that Kurt Cobain haircut, but looks like a nice kind of gilt. Very good set. Looks like coming through a little more color this time. I think I was talking to Tim Ford earlier, and I believe that's a Flatland gilt. She's a hero, pretty sure. I see Ben Cooley giving some coaching advice, but not some coaching, probably just some encouragement. It's a hero, I believe. Nice kind of gilt. It'll be interesting to see these three pedigrees. These gilts are getting some weight, some size on them now, and this is our concluding class. You're starting to see some differences in body condition, just forerib shape, and just center skeletal width as you start seeing things. And obviously Troy does a phenomenal job of keeping these whole skeletons as good as he can make them and packing that power, and that's where the separation is from the quote Dead Sea to the pins. It's just skeletal quality, maturity. Very, very nice set of gilts, though. Even out here, some high quality gilts that have probably done real well at their January county shows and things, and can contribute down the road. But separation on some feet and leg structure and just how their skeletons put together. Be very interested to see these pedigrees as Brandon is grabbing those. I know Brandon talked about some of the sponsors earlier when I was talking there, or I was getting pedigree information. We'll mention a few of those again. Hayes Farms, Cassidy Hayes, down in Lavaca, Port Lavaca. Fierce Threads, Mark Stanley and that crew. If you're wearing a stock show cap, it might have come from Mark and his bunch. They do a great job. D&D Livestock, that's there in Oklahoma, raising some really nice show pigs up there. Winmore Show Pigs, Ron Smith and Jennifer, I'm blanking on her last name, but they're in Wisconsin, raise some very, very high quality pigs. Sweet Tooth Farms, my buddy Oliver Rusher, longtime friend. They're in Health Center, also a dentist. Stewart, I believe that's Stewart Show Pigs. They're in Nebraska. Mormon Showtech, appreciate their perennial support. D&D Trailers, they're at Seguin. Sellring.live, Dave Mullins, one of the up-and-coming premier sell platforms. Hot and Water Show Pigs, Mark, Russell Pedrick, that crew. Rival, thank you. Rival Genetics, the Swinhogan crew, up in Canadian.
Save it for your workers.
Very, very competitive year in, year out. Frozen Genetics, still trying to find some information out about them, but
We need to
very,
change
very
the
good
sign.
hogs.
Again?
I'm glad you told us. We would have left it. I say we don't.
Okay, you can turn that.
From a marketing standpoint, the ability to do things in real time, to do it fast, to reach the masses of people, is certainly a great thing for our business. But the bottom line is it still comes down to the people. You're still working for people on the other end.
Here we go. We're back in the action deal. We're kicking three, putting three out and fixing to sort 7, 8, 10 here. Our final class before our lunch break and before our Champion Division 1 drive. Brendan's got some pedigrees for us here.
Had pretty good luck this time.
Excellent. 776 comes out.
776. That is Matt Murdoch bred.
Okay.
Got a pair of litter mates in here. That's Rusty on a Dirty.
Okay.
Rusty Cage, Dirty Secret.
1082. I believe that's a little turkey.
1082. That is Kyle Williams.
Yep.
That's a Carl Kemp bred gilt.
Okay.
Never better on the find.
Okay. 519.
519. That's Kaylee Hearn. Raised locally from where she grew up at Converse. Marvin Beck was the breeder. Powerball on a blank check.
Miss Fork comes out next and gets the first pin.
That is a Hero. She didn't know what on the bottom side, but from Flatland Genetics in Colorado.
She goes back to that Heimer sow. She goes back to Roxy. I think she is a 225K Roxy. I apologize if that's not it, but I think it's what Tim told me.
You want their weight too?
But she's good, whatever she is. Nice hog.
1247, I think, just came in. That's the other MT Hart Livestock gilt. Rusty Cage, Dirty Secret.
Very nice pedigree. Double braid lackey.
The conclusion of the drive.
Know this young man's number in the aqua yet.
Hey, Donald, are they ready for me to call class?
568, that's Dayton Allen. That's a Heads Up Genetics gilt. That's a Dutch Oven on a Rockstar.
Attention Crossbred exhibitors, we need all first and second place exhibitors.
I don't know where they come up with these names.
You gotta like a Dutch oven. That's an awesome name. That gets the name of the show so far.
All first and second place winners in classes 1, 2, 3, and 4.
1342, young man out here in the purple in the corner, the dark colored gilt. That's a Contender Livestock gilt. That's a bipolar Teen Spirit. Young man here, the tricolored one that just came out, that's a home raised gilt. That's his number. I think his name is Grant Meyer. Myers Swine Farm. That's a stay the course.
Is he from Harper?
Falls County.
Okay.
That's a stay the course motivation.
Okay.
Well prepared with his pedigree. Good young man right there. Raised that one, home raised. So it goes back to a pen.
11:36. Has she been out yet?
11:36.
I've got a pedigree on that one if we need that.
She has not been out yet. I think she may have. No, she hadn't came out yet. This is a girl that just came out. It's Kendall Birch from Stephenville FFA. That's a Thomas bred gilt. That's a Uno whiskey.
Okay.
And they're a striped one. I think the little pink shirt you've got is the one we were.
Yeah,
Addison Reed from Perrin.
She is a. You got a picture on that one? I've got it.
You've got it, I think. What is it?
She's a here to stay, never before short bus. That sow originated at Cozarts. She actually sold there at the Bread for the Banner from Lacey Livestock. Nice kind of gilt.
1342 Hayes Music, that Contender Livestock gilt. She went back in 4-hole.
Okay.
Got Fort in there. Cooper Myers with the other MT Hart gilt, the Rusty Dirty, in the top 4 as well. Like we got 5 pinned back. Which one did you pin back there 5th?
I never did catch her number.
Maybe that.
I think she's maybe that MT Hart gilt. Maybe.
The other MT Hart gilt. I think you're right. That's
right.
Emily Pompa from Samuel Clemens, Cibolo Creek. Rusty Cage, Dirty Secret.
The Carl Kent gilt 1082 goes 9, I believe. The Lacey bred gilt 1136 goes 8, I believe.
Seven right here for 568.
Young man showed a really good Berkshire gilt here last year. Got a piece of it. Allen.
6 for the Birch girl.
Okay.
Kendall Birch from Stephenville FFA is 6th, I think. We're going to redrive that top 5.
Nice set of usable gilts. Just a good, sound, structured, powerful set of females that have got good look. And
good way to finish this division.
Absolutely.
Again, this class 239 to 245, I believe, is the weight spread here.
Real powerful muscle gilt coming next.
First one out's that MT Hart young lady's got. That's a Rusty Dirty. Exhibitor 1342. That's Hayes Music. That's a Contender Livestock. Bipolar Teen Spirit. Home raised one here. Myers Swine Farm. From there in Falls County. Stay the course motivation.
That's a very good calico. The man does a nice job showing her.
The 776 is the other MT Hart Livestock gilt. It's a Rusty Cage Dirty Secret. And the Hero gilt's coming out next. This is Brooke Fort from Burkburnett FFA. Gilt raised by Flatland Genetics.
Well, she uses her hind leg well. Great looking. MT Hart gilt goes 5th.
Hard to find a blue one that kind of sticks out, but she kind of, that's a nice gilt. I like the tricolored one too.
I do too.
Stout, powerful one that can still go.
I kind of like them one too. Not sure what order yet.
Well, you always like to find out how close you were, and we'll probably find out we weren't very close here in a little bit, but
yeah,
good top 4.
Rush Cage gets a lot of good in her. Really good designed, and maybe not as heavy structured, strong footed up front, but good bodied, good rib, still mobile, correct. Black gilt's kind of the outlier of the deal. She's the power hog with the group. Maybe didn't handle the hind leg quite as loose. Still lots of generating power in that one.
But going in fourth is going to be the other MT Hart Livestock.
That blue one was one sound-footed, loose-structured female. I think he likes her pretty well.
Always a nice sign when they look over at you and kind of say, hey, just let that one
Yeah,
relax.
don't get that one hurt. Yeah, Calico Meyer goes 3. The off-built goes 2. And Fort Gilts, nice winner. Sloan's nailing him. Nice job.
The heavy or the light drive, excuse me, and certainly be interesting to see, you know, how the class winner stacks up, because I think where that one's good. She's so incredibly out there, I guess, if you will. That one has got a stout jawbone and a very, very expensive looking head and neck on her. For one that's that kind of stoutness of jaw, she's still pretty and elegant in front of her face, or ahead of her blade, excuse me. That is a big front foot and a big forearm. You get off to the side of them. I like her height to length ratio very, very well. She's got big legs and still remains comfortable as the drive wore on. You know, she's not absolutely perfect if you want to get critical as she drives right away from you or maybe comes right at you. I think she's a balanced one that's very, very stout, very dense, presented and shown out here very, very well. My compliments to that exhibitor. I think there's some give and take and some discussion to be had between 2 and 3, and quite frankly, that both could be redesigned just a bit in terms of their silhouette from the side and maybe the way that they utilize their hip and hind leg. I guess I'm just more drawn to the boldness and stoutness of bonework of the belted gilt to fall in second. She too is smoother in her ham-loin junction when you get right in behind them. That one's awesome as far as the squareness and power that she does have. Obviously from the side, I'd like to tie her neck higher on the top side of her shoulder. I don't think this one just has the legitimate ability to throw her head above her shoulder and drive it to, you know, a comfortable level as much as I'd consider ideal. Man, that one's stout. That one's dense. She's hairy. She's burly. She's got an awesome looking head on her, one that I think could go on and certainly make the next generation better. The Calico lands in third, and again, I think offers some unique pieces to build on and talk about. That one's tall-shouldered. She's shapely and expressive up on the top side of her skeleton, one that's honest in her breeding condition, and I can appreciate that. She comes at you, maybe not the widest of any in this particular class, but her squareness from the top side of her blade to her front foot is very, very good. Like the one in front of her, we could fix her in her top line just a bit, and then at the initial 3, I thought she became the most restricted off her rear 2 and wanted to stab her hind leg just a bit. But man, that one's dense. She's good looking, has muscle, and like I said, is honest in terms of her breeding condition, and I can appreciate that. Young man in 4, I had you a little all over the board because when this one settles in and cooperates and drives at a good pace, I think this one's as good as anything within between 2 and 4 because she's tall-shouldered, she's good looking, and when that one gets her head up and drives right at you, that one is absolutely huge-chested. You get off to the side of her. I still think she balances and fits together incredibly well, high-headed and really, really attractive in that regard. When you get behind her, I guess that's the call to be made. I thought as the drive wore on, she wanted to swivel and just get uncoordinated as far as her rear leg is concerned, but a very, very interesting one there in 4. Young lady in 5, I'd have you drive them for me all day long. I thought she did just an incredible job getting the most out of this gilt. Here's one that's right in terms of her length of body and the frame size that she does have. I think when you dip into the details and start comparing her to the ones that offer just a bit more extras, she became just a bit more generic in terms of her shape. She needs to be square and just more pliable as she drives right at you. Man, that one's flexible. She's good-bodied. I think that one could be mated and do some neat things on down the road. Very interesting class. Sorry for being long-winded. Definitely some differences to talk about. Let's make some noise for those exhibitors, please.
We'll get those top 10 cleaned back up for you. I apologize we don't have the head announcer's placings there, but we'll get back to that top 10. I think she's already posted those out of Class 5, but we're getting ready to do the lightweight division champion drive. So we'll do the lightweight division champion drive as soon as they're ready.
Perfect progress. Okay, now we have our champion drive.
Lightweight division champion drive.
We are now going to bring out our class winners for the lightweight division drive. Your class winner from class number 1, Mackenzie McNeely.
Mackenzie McNeely out of Class 1. That was a Shug Lindner bred gilt.
Really powerful female. Heavy bone, stout.
Representing class number 2 is Braylon Walgren.
Braylon Walgreen comes out of Class 2. That was an Echo gilt, is that right?
No, that's a Tad Knight next intention.
Okay. I didn't have that wrote down.
Yeah, next intention and
Coming out of class
Cowboy Swag, I
is
believe.
Graham Fisher.
Class 3 is Graham Fisher. That's Fisher Show Pigs raised that one. That's a Snafu Rock Star.
Here's the Echo gilt. Here's the Cornerstone gilt coming out next in Class 4. Echo down in flames. I believe an Echo son. I know she came from Cornerstone.
Yeah, that Class 2 gilt. I didn't have it wrote down. I apologize. That's Night Show Pigs. Young lady 968.
Next intention.
Representing class number 4 is Hallie Hawkins.
Comes the Cornerstone gilt. Echo or an Echo son on Down in Flames from Cornerstone. One of a very nice class.
Winner out of class number 5 is Brooke Court. Good luck to all of these exhibitors.
Brooks Gilt's a Flatland gilt. Flatland Show Pigs out of Colorado. She's a hero. And what did you think? What did you say you thought on the box?
I think Tim told me this morning she was a. She's a Kingpin verbatim Roxy. That makes more sense. Kingpin verbatim Roxy. That thing is royally bred, obviously. Several of the very elite sires and
just like we
side.
thought, we get them back out here, and like you say, a good group of sires represented. But man, they look like a nice set.
4 belts and a blue and just extreme quality. You've got to get excited as an evaluator to see these kind of females out there because they're just going to make the next generation better. They're going to be very valuable come tomorrow, and down the road, you just got to get excited about this kind of group. This proves pretty ones that are sound and square can pack power and muscle in a very mobile, very correct package.
We'll get these 5 class winners out here for the lightweight drive, and certainly very pleased with the quality that we have, not only in these 5, but the ones sitting in the back of the barn or in the chutes there hoping to come in or waiting to come in maybe for reserve honors. And I'm not going to tell you they're all perfect, and I know everybody standing around ringside is clearly aware of seeing the differences, so I don't know if I'm going to get into too many details. I do think this is a very, very high-quality drive out here, and like I said earlier, mentioned maybe once or twice already, if you don't think these are high-quality livestock, I would encourage you to go home and try to make them better. I can promise you, I know I do this on a daily basis, and I know a lot of guys ringside I'm sure do as well, and it's very, very challenging to put unique ones and elite ones together, and I think even though you'd like to tweak all these in an area or two, I think they offer far-reaching pieces and are more than adequate in most regards in terms of their structure. Like I said, we could tweak them just a bit coming and going in a knee or or a hawk maybe here or there, but I think this is a very, very good drive that offers a very, very high-quality set of hogs, and more importantly, for the most part, I think these are presented incredibly well, and I know I've talked a lot of that today, but I'm big, very, very big on skin and hair and presentation. I think it can go a long, long ways within the show ring, regardless of who's judging. There is one out here that I think just brings the most positives together. She offers the density, hair, and bone of maybe one or another. She has the balance and look and just symmetry from the side of maybe another. Like I said, we could tweak her just a bit and maybe make her just a shot more athletic out of her hip and hind leg. Man, this one's big-footed, very hairy, dense, balanced, and proportional. She looks expensive, and that's a good thing. Young lady here is going to be our champion.
That is Hallie Hawkins, Class 4. That's that's the Cornerstone, either Echo or Echo Sun, down in Flames, Cornerstone Ventures. Congratulations to the Hawkins family.
K-Max Gilt comes out in for show for reserve. She was a never forget big sexy.
I guess for me, that champion just made the most sense. Like I said earlier, I thought she offers some far-reaching pieces, and within the 5, still become the most difficult to fault, just in terms of her structural build, squareness, and just symmetry and balance that she had from the side. I definitely think there's some different ways you can go, and I'm pretty adamant usually when I step into the ring. But if you want to argue a reserve, I guess I wouldn't, argue back, because I think there's definitely some different ways you can go, and certainly justify which direction or avenue you may want to take in no particular order. It's a 3-horse race in my opinion, and that's nothing to take away from the other 2. Young man there on the far side of the ring has got one that's certainly in contentions in my opinion. I said in class I thought that one offered a very expensive kind of look and bone, and just her look and pattern from the side and coupled with her hair and density, I think becomes very, very hard to make and challenging to find, and more importantly, I think has a chance to go on and make boars and bears or show gilts or whatever you may want to make in that regard. As the drive wears on, you step right in behind her, and she wants to get just a little bit outside herself than maybe I'd consider ideal. And then for the muscular gilt, she's a little more rigid in her top line, but man, that one's good. I think she's incredibly, incredibly good. The blue gilt is drove and presented from the side as well as any. Like I said, in that particular class, her front 1/3 just becomes very expensive, especially ahead of her blade. When you talk about stoutness of skull, yet prettiness, and one that looks like a lady, but yet she's got some extra density. She pulls together a strong top line and remains very flexible and comfortable as you step right in behind her. She wants to swivel and set on the outside of her hoof wall. Is she just square enough and good enough as she comes right at you and goes away? I think that's the number one question. And then the third one that's in contentions, in my opinion, comes out of one of the better classes, actually the first class that we saw of the day, the young lady there directly in front of me. That's just a very unique creature, in my opinion. If you like them short-backed and tall-shouldered, that's the one you want to tie into. Really prominent in her jawbone and offers a high-quality look up ahead of her blade. She's a little flatter through the center portion of her body. To no surprise, she comes out of the first class. My real issue, though, with her is when you get off to the side, she comes up in her jump muscle and gets too round out of her rump structure, in my opinion. Man, where that one's good. She's very, very good. So I think it's close. I'm sorry I've talked too long and I didn't try to wear him out, but maybe I did that. Young man on the far side of the ring, you're going to be reserved.
Your reserve gilt in the lightweight division goes to Graham Fisher.
Reserve champion goes to Graham Fisher.
So again, just to recap, the champion lightweight comes out of class 4. That was Hallie Hawkins. Cornerstone bred gilt. Echo down in Flames was your champion lightweight division. And then also your reserve champion to recover that one. Showed by Graham Fisher, raised by Fisher Show Pigs. That was a snafu rock star. So congratulations to Miss Hawkins and Mr. Fisher on Grand and Reserve champion here in the lightweight division. If you were not aware, we are taking a lunch break. I assume it'll probably be a 45-minute to an hour lunch break, but hopefully we'll be able to notify y'all shortly before we start back, but stay tuned.
To have a breeding program, there has to be a plan. It doesn't have to be popular. But it has to be backed by conviction. Backed by quality.
So if you are still out there listening at
The
1:15,
satisfaction
they're going to
is
start
in the
calling
results.
class, it'll be class 8. 1:15, they'll be starting to call class 8.
we're back from our lunch break. We're now starting Division 2 of 3.
I mean, we just need it. They need to get.
These hogs are kind of weighing in that
And if y'all go to
high 40s to look to low 50s. Looks like 46 to 52, roughly. I think that's right. 40 head in this class. Had a real nice initial division. A pair of Belta Gilts win that division that are extremely good, extremely attractive. Power Hogs. The champion was a Cornerstone Ventures. Echoes down in Flame Gilt. Reserve was Graham Fisher. Fisher raised hogs that was a snafu. Yeah. Rockstar. Very, very,
Rockstar, yep.
very, very nice gilt. And
Okay, you don't have their tag number though. Okay.
been very impressed with Troy's selections, and he's just done a very good job. And very efficient. Appreciate how he sees them, moves through them.
Crossbred exhibitors in class number 8. We're missing 2 kiddos. This is your last and final call. We've already left things in the ring, so you better hurry if you want to show your class number 8 crossbred.
So again, we're on class 8, 40 head in this class. Like Justin said, 45 to 50 range here. This middleweight division goes from 45 to 280. We'll have 5 classes here in the middleweight division, and then show for that middleweight division champion and reserve, just like we did in the lights.
Starting to get some maturity and some size that we can start telling a little more about them. Obviously, the lightweights, the middleweights, and the heavyweights are all selected the same, but you'll start seeing some differences in body flesh and some maturity, and just kind of see how these gilts have kept their skeletons together compared to some of the hogs in the lighter weight divisions. But very excited to see these 5 classes, and as we start to put together another champion. But just a little bit of word about the sale tomorrow. It's at 1 o'clock. I believe we do a preview at 11 o'clock. I believe that's what it is. And these hogs will all be on video on the web tonight. And it's a chance to really see what you're getting. This sale is showing sale. This is the 5th year of its existence, and it seems to just get bigger and better every year in terms of the quality. And we've had a couple gilts one sold for $60,000 at that time. So it was the world record selling gilt, and last year we sold one for $50,000. And so the quality's been extremely good, but still there's some buys. There's some hogs that can. There's been some major breeders come in here and buy hogs worth the money.
About how many head will we offer tomorrow, Justin?
I believe 35 to 40 is kind of is where we've been limiting the sale. And kind of the process is the show staff will get with the judge, and he will select, give you a number basically from 1 to 3, maybe 4 on a very, very high quality class, and we'll video those hogs. And at the end of the show, we will decide, he will decide with the staff how many hogs will actually go into the sale and kind of get that magic number. So there's 15 classes, and from a hypothetical standpoint, if we did 3 a class, that'd be 45. So we're not quite there. There'll be some third place gilts that do not make the sale, and but there may be some fourth place gilts that do make the sale. It kind of depends on the quality of the class. But we won't know anything until the end of the show, and if we would kind of basically tell people, if you're videoed, you stay, and so we can have a chance to offer that gilt to the public. If you make the sale, you are required to come to the sale, and but it's going to be it'll be this evening before we know, but a very good opportunity. The masses will be here, and what's nice about the technology and extremely good high quality streaming we have, you can tell what you're getting without having to really be here live. I can be contacted to talk, and Brandon as well, and several of the show staff can be contacted to leave some bids and things. And so, but yeah, I think we're excited. He's starting to kind of get some hogs placed. I think they've got 2 in the pen, maybe heard a scream, so there's somebody got pinned, looks like. And We've got 3 or 4 of them getting pinned, and so it should be very good.
From a marketing standpoint, you know, the ability to do things in real time, to do it fast, to reach the masses of people, you know, is certainly a great thing for our business. But the bottom line is it still comes down to the people. You're still working for people on the other end.
Okay, he is sifted down. I think we got 7 or 8. Brandon's on the way with the pedigrees, but he just put this calico gilt in, tri-colored, kind of Halloween colored deal. Really good chested, kind of female, big ribbed, and got a neat look. We'll get her number and pedigree here in a few minutes. 1480 just came out off belted gilt. Awfully nice kind of female herself. Another real nice off belted gilt comes in the third pin.
A little late getting back. Got bit by a pig.
Yeah,
what do we got out here? What do we got pinned back?
We got one pinned. It was a calico, kind of a tri-colored deal. Young lady in the sweater. Okay, we got Mr. Balzer. Just got pinned. I recognize Mr. Balzer.
Yep, that's an RB2 show pigs. That's a hater's gonna hate on a safe word.
Kind of watch that one grow up a little bit. That's a nice skill. Don't know what the tri-colored gilt is.
1052 over here. Young lady in the pink. That's a Lindner bred gilt. That's a Hood Meals on a never before. She's going back in a pin.
This is the first call for class number 9, Crossbred Gilts. First call, class number 9, Crossbred Gilts to the staging area.
951's the young lady that's in pin 1.
Maybe turn it off.
Okay.
That is a Canese bred gilt. That's a no moss on a HMB. Young lady right here in the striped shirt, she didn't know how that one was bred. Exhibitor 1480.
I think the gilt, the Canese gilt, may have a littlemate brother that's been pretty salty in that part of the world. If that pedigree is what I think it is, but it may not be. Kind of looks like him. We catch this young lady here in the pink. We catch her pedigree, something 11. 6'11" or 5'11"?
5'11". I don't, she did not know how that one was bred.
Okay.
5'11", the girl in the pink shirt. I think the next one coming out is going to be 5'62". That's a Fisher gilt. She's a snafu playing dirty.
Snafus have some bone.
And then Kinsey Short is coming out in a pink sweater. That gilt's bred by Hoffer, and that's a Lock It Up on a Lock It Up 82. So lined up Lock It Up. This is predominantly white, kind of blue-ended gilt coming out. Young lady in a pink sweater's got.
Royal Crown on Hoffer. Yeah, the Hoffer gilt goes 11. The gilt we don't know the pedigree on, 10. Pink shirt's 9. 5'11" goes 9. Sound is kind of separating this group here a little bit. Kind of a plainer made gilt goes 11, and some structural issues 8, 9, 10, but still really very nice gilts. Real nice white painted hind leg gilt. Maybe not made as powerful, but really good built. Still out there. Top 4 or 5 look to be very, very nice here in this class. Interesting to see how they shake out. Start driving and putting to a little test there from an athleticism standpoint.
1343 is going back in. Young man in the vest there. That's a Mares Show Pigs gilt. That's a Tarantino, kind of a big deal. Like he's in there about 5th or 6th, maybe 5th.
Yeah, I believe so.
Maybe 6. Well, maybe we're going to leave one out. It's going to be 5 and redrive 4 more.
A really pretty gilt I referred to earlier.
What was his number?
I never did catch his number. 512 comes out.
512, that's Riata Shop. She did not know how that one was bred.
That'd be nice to know that's pedigree. Pretty neat. Is this the Linder gilt here?
I believe that is 1052, correct. 1052 is Briley Mula, I think, and it's a Linder bred gilt. That's a Hood Meals on a Never Before. 961 comes out. That's the Balzer gilt, RB2. That's a Haters Gonna Hate on a Safe Word.
There was a Haters gilt that did real well in the first division in a class. I think she was 2nd or 3rd.
Calico comes out here, 951. 951's GG Stelling. That's a Canese bred gilt. No moss on a HMB.
Really nice way to start our 2nd division.
Attention Crossbred Exhibitors, this is your third call for class number 9 Crossbred Gilts. Third call, class number 9 Crossbred Gilts.
Okay, the Linder gilt goes 3rd. It's going to Calico and the Hater's Gonna Hate gilt. The Canese gilt against the Balzer gilt, the RB2 gilt. The Balzer Gilt goes second, and the Canadian Gilt wins. Very nice pair.
I'm gonna throw a bit more of these batteries. It's just not probably gonna understand it good enough. If you get back to the battery on that,
See old Bobby Balzer there on the front row.
Welcome back here on this side of the barn.
Way to get things started back up here after the lunch break, and the one that wins, I guess, for this particular judge on this day is the one that's just the most complete. And I know some people ringside maybe don't like that word complete because it can flirt with the word common, but at the same time, this one's presented and brought to you as good as you could ask for, just in terms of showmanship, skin and hair. I love this one's just squareness coming and going, especially in relation to the ones that fall on down the line. She's got a big back, a good kind of rib cage, square and secure when you get right in behind her. Is she is tricked out maybe in terms of her bone or shape as one or another that fall below her? Absolutely not. But I think that's a very, very nice one there to go ahead and win. My compliments to that young lady and the crew getting that one ready. I think some discussion to be had between 2 and 3, and ultimately the one that offers more far-reaching pieces, if you will, is the one that falls into 2, in my opinion. You start her up front. She's got a stout jawbone and a good kind of mug. One that's that stout up front and has that much forearm and blade shape, still balances right from the side. She has a gigantic hind leg and very square and secure when you get right in behind her. I'd like to see that one grab a gear and just go with more athleticism. Perhaps her real issue, she's too level out of her rump and just can't go quite as well out of her hip and hock as that maybe I'd consider ideal. That is a big bone one, though, that's presented incredibly well. My compliments to that exhibitor. Young lady in 3, you do an awesome job. Your skin and hair and presentation is very, very good. Here's one that I can really get on board with in terms of her balance and look and symmetry from the side. She's a good centered gilt that still offers extension ahead of her blade and looks like a female. Unfortunately, as she drives right away from you, she wants to set on the outside of her hook wall and swivel, just a bit more than I'd consider ideal. If we can square and secure her from behind, I think that one could go ahead and win the class because her athleticism, body shape, and just symmetry from the side is awfully, awfully good. Young lady in 4, I had you a little higher at one time, I'll be honest, because where this one's good, I think she's awfully, awfully good, and her skin and hair and just presentation is awfully good. Her back shape is awesome. She's got a good kind of length of body. I like her proportions from the side. She's a little off in terms of her skull and just jawbone, maybe in relation to what I'd consider ideal, and then she wants to knuckle her rear pastern to get a little insecure in that regard. A nice balanced one here that just ran out of rib shape and mass in relation to those ones that precede them. Really nice class of gilts. Let's make some noise for those exhibitors, please.
Thank you for your comments, Troy. And your result, this is your final call for class number 9 Crossbred Gilts. Final call, class 9 Crossbred Gilts. And your results in class number 8. 10th place goes to Molly Waldron. 9th, Audrey Hitt. 8th, Emery Kent. 7th, Kendall Birkin. 6th, Hudson Music. 5th, Jackson Stanley. 4th, Riata Shutt. 3rd, Briley Milne. 2nd, Ryan Balzer Jr. And your class winner is Gigi Steeland.
So that wrapped up Class 8, which is our first class of the middleweight division. Again, there'll be 5 classes in this middleweight division. So 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 will be the class numbers for the middleweight division. Then we'll pick a grand and reserve middleweight. If you're just joining and didn't watch any of the lightweights, if you kind of want to know how the logistics of the show ring go, basically every kiddo has the opportunity to be seen by the judge one time, and he makes a decision whether he wants to send them to the scales and put them in a holding pen, which would mean they'd be in the top end, or he's not sure, maybe they're as good as some of the other ones, and he puts them out here in the middle ring, or the sift ring after they've been kind of a 1 or a 2 pick. So 1 goes to the scales into the holding pen, 2 comes out to the main arena. Then after he looks at every hog individually, he'll come out into the middle arena and look back through and make sure that he's kept at least 10, because we get 10 ribbon getters in each class. May keep 12 or 14 in a class, get them all to the scales, and they'll dismiss that and clear that ring, keep about the top 4th of each class, and then go back through and place them 1 through 10. So 44 head here in Class 9, which is our second class in the middleweight division. Our judge has begun that sift, and we'll be back with you once we get working the top 10.
He worked with that family.
We hope you're enjoying the live stream, but certainly would not be possible without our sponsors. So pay attention to the bottom of your screen, those sponsors that we've got for today's webcast. Hopefully don't miss them all, but I've got a list here to go through each one of them. Frozen Genetics, Rival Genetics, Hot and Water Show Pigs, Cellring.live, D&D Trailers, Mormon Showtech Feed, ADM, Stewart Farms, Sweet Tooth Farms, Winmore Show Pigs, D&D Livestock, Fierce Threads, Hayes Farms, Hofschulte Genetics, Jimmy Juice, Kanoth Show Pigs, Newcastle Genetics, Sunglow Feeds, Laird's Premium Blend, and Heimer Hampshires. Again, that's, we believe, most of our sponsors for this show, but I apologize if I've missed one, but we could not make this webcast possible without their support. We hope you're enjoying the Crossbred Gilts show here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. We are on Class 9, 44 head in Class 9. Class 9, this is the second class of the middleweight division. And there'll be 5 classes in the middleweight division. So again, our second class here in the middleweight division.
To have a breeding program, there has to be a plan. It doesn't have to be popular. But it has to be backed by conviction. Backed by quality. The satisfaction is in the results.
Here we are in Class 9, and judge dismissed what didn't make the top 10. I think he's got about 10 pinned. Yeah, 10 pinned, no more going to the scales, so get to work on that top 10 here in just a minute.
First Gilts coming out $6.95, and that is a Forgotten Country, never before, from Hayes Farms, HF Genetics.
That's Lawson Taylor from East Central FFA.
Next one is Austin Wolf 937, and that is a Kodiak Shack from Craig Terrell. I believe here's somebody locally. Don't have any idea what Kodiak or Shack are.
Austin's from Judson FFA.
Calico coming out. The young lady did not know what her Gilts pedigree was. Her number's 1210.
1210.
Genoa, I think.
Genoa Zambrano from Raymondville FFA.
1315 is a pure Burke from Somerset. She did not know her pedigree. There was a mix-up on some guy, breeder named Dickey, and it was a mix-up on the pedigree or something.
Chloe Rabonic from Somerset FFA. Pretty nice Berkshire gilt.
This is a Kevin Thomas gilt coming out next. Young man's from Perrin. She's a Shine On No Smoke.
Case Lambert from Perrin FFA. Case grabs a pin back.
25 is Macy Morrison from Bandera County 4-H, and that is a backdrop Secret Service from Lackey.
025 is Macy's number.
I believe this is this 720? Yeah, this is 720, and that's a Black Savage Manhattan. And she did not know the breeder. I know what Manhattan is, or was. A visionary son that was a basis from Kilmer's. I'm not sure what Black Savage is.
I don't know that either, but that's 720's Addison Williams from Eastland FFA. It's this white gilt that just came, the blue gilt just came
He
in.
did not know. His uncle and his niece raised it, but he did not know, but I like that gilt.
I got some extreme pieces.
Yeah.
1298's Exhibitor.
He's actually the substitute exhibitor because she's showing something else over in the Pier side.
I mean, that's something they can do.
But it is a home raised deal. The blue one was a late pick. I was not there. Her. Blue bell.
Crossbred Exhibitors, this is your first call for class number 10. Crossbred Gilts, first call, class number 10, Crossbred Gilts.
Calico, we don't know her pedigree, 12-10.
I think he actually placed her third, but he's putting her back in the third hole. I know he's got 2 pinned back. He's got 1137 pinned back. I don't know what else he's got pinned back there.
The young man, the Hayes bred gilt. This 695 Lawson Taylor from here locally at East Central.
He's pinned back in 1.
Yes, sir.
Is that right now? Okay.
This space may go crazy if a local kid wins the class. Maybe not.
Put it on that one that doesn't have anything on it. Or put it with that big one. I know it's dead too.
Nice class here, a little sword on some structure and just some maturity, but pretty nice set of hogs.
Maybe he is going to rework these top 5.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Our Berkshire goes about 8th. Couple black ones. The Lackey gilt goes 6th or 7th. The other black gilt goes 6th or 7th.
937 is 7. Lackey Gilt 025 was Macy Morrison. She's 6.
Okay, coming out of that first pin, 695, that Lawson Taylor from East Central here in San Antonio. Forgotten Country, Never Before from HF Genetics. $11.37 will be coming out next. And that is parent FFA member Case Lambert. It is a Shine No Smoke from Kevin Thomas there in Jacksboro. 1210 from Raymondville FFA will be out next.
Tackle that name. I'm just trying to help. But
Yeah, I thought it was a cool name when she told me what it pronounced, and I know I mangled that one up. So
yeah, we probably should apologize.
Yeah,
anyway.
I apologize in
Yeah.
advance to the Sombrano family. This one coming out next is on the back page, and that is a Black Savage Manhattan. I want to say Black Savage might be a meeker hog.
It's kind of a neat deal. Cool colors.
Multifaceted, can make some crossbred hogs, can make some spotted hogs on the right border. Just kind of a nice kind of gilt. The intriguing piece gilt, huge bone, round-bodied, stout, maybe just a little bowed from behind, comes next, $298. The
front end alignment is kind of unique to have that sleek of a head and still back it up with a lot of power behind there. It's kind of impressive.
Yeah. From the side, that one's deadly. We do need to find a pedigree on that one because that thing does have some cool pieces. Nicely drove gilts. Kids do a good job.
We still don't even know that one's number yet. 1210 goes 5. Spotted up gilt goes 4. What was her number?
Black Savage gilt 720.
You got the Thomas gilt left out here.
Hayes gilt.
Hayes gilt.
And the one we don't know anything about.
One we don't know anything about, but would like to.
Yeah. We'll see if her hind leg bothers him too much because she does have some way out there things.
I think Ashley's coming in. They stay with whoever. Someone might get to cuddle. Because right now it's just me and Ori cuddling.
Yeah.
That bed really sucks.
Calico gilt fronted from Thomas goes 3. The unknown pedigreed gilt goes second.
Hayes Farm gilt wins it.
Hayes Farm gilt wins. I believe that's
She slept there the first night in that one. She could have
Carly Hazeltine, $12.98.
Certainly an interesting class here as we work into the second class of middles, and I'll be the first to say I'm not sure there's one in this class that's just good enough in terms of their structure, but when you get past that, there's some neat pieces to work through and some things to weigh out, and it'd be interesting to know how everybody ringside wants these placed. I'm sure everybody's got a personal favorite, and I'm okay with that. Ultimately, the one that, in my opinion, that best combines some stoutness of skeleton, some width on a balanced kind of fashion when you get off to the side of them, and I think is good enough in terms of her rear leg is the young man there with the belted gilt. She's going to win. I like that one's just presentation. Her ability to throw her head above her shoulder blade and drive at a comfortable level is very ideal out here, in my opinion. Obviously, she could be squared up just a bit as she comes right at you and goes away from you, but that's a good-looking one, big-topped one, stout-ended, presented incredibly well. The blue gilt that comes in second, 2 steps into the SIF ring, and I thought the show was over, to be honest. I love that one's just skull-shaped. She has a gigantic front foot and forearm. She's got a big back. You get off to the side of her, and it's awfully hard to ignore her overwhelming proportions. That is a short-backed one that is still good-looking, still flexible from the side, and has giant limbs. Unfortunately, she is not good enough as she drives right away from you. If we could square her in her hock and make her just more comfortable and square when you get right in behind her, I think that one could go a long, long ways in this given day, because where she's good, she's as good as anything we've seen today. Young man in 3 just kind of falls in there by default, and I know I've said that several times. That's not necessarily a bad thing. There's a gilt that keeps muscle and bone in check. She's relatively wide and busted open off either end of her skeleton. I thought as you dip into the details, she needed to tie her neck higher on the top side of her shoulder. She becomes a little shorter out of her rump structure and becomes just a little more uncoordinated and unsure what she wants to do with her hip and hind leg, but certainly an interesting one there to be in 3. Young lady, if we're just going to line them up and head to the backdrop, this is the one that could probably win, because I think her silhouette and balance from the side is as good as anything we've seen all day today. One that is awesome in terms of her length of body. She's tall fronted, yet still offers flex out of her front end. That is a very striking look from the side. Unfortunately, as she drives right at you, she has to be wider, and that correlates to the fact that she's a little flatter and just more concaved off either end of her skeleton. An absolute freak show comes out next. Tall-shouldered, good-looking, wild in terms of her look up front, short back. If you call her hip and hind leg good enough, I suppose she could win this particular class. For me, she's just got to be better in that regard, but my compliments to this young lady and her crew. Very nice job getting this one presented and getting the absolute most out of her. From there, we're working to some gilts that certainly offer some quality, maybe just fall out of bed in terms of extras or fall out from a structural perspective. Very interesting class, just my opinion. Let's make some noise for these exhibitors, please.
I'll run you through the placings there in Class 9, which was the second class in the middleweight division. First place was Lawson Taylor from East Central FFA. Second place went to Carly Hazeltine from Sinton FFA. Third place to Case Lambert from Perrin FFA. Fourth place went to Addison Williams from Eastland FFA. Fifth place went to Genoe Zambrano from Raymondville FFA. Sixth place went to Macy Morrison from Bandera County 4-H. Seventh place went to Austin Wolf from Judson FFA. Eighth place went to Chloe Rabonic from Somerset FFA. Ninth place went to Annalise Schultz from East Central FFA. And 10th place went to Ella Montgomery from Lampasas County 4-H. So that's your placings in Class 9, the second class of the middleweight division. Again, there's 5 classes in that middleweight division. We now enter the middle class of the middleweight division, Class 10. So we'll have this class, and then we'll have 2 more after. This class is about that 260 to 264 range. There's 41 head in the class. about done sifting the initial sift here in Class 10, the third class of that middleweight division. Got a few left to go, but I was correct. I've read our list of sponsors off a couple of times. There was a couple that I forgot, and I apologize for that blunder, but wanted to recognize Flatland Genetics, their sponsorship as well, and In-Game Genetics and their sponsorship. But we'll go back through that list a couple of more times today. That list keeps appearing on the bottom of your screen, both the left-hand corner and the bottom corner and the right-hand bottom corner, best I can tell. And we could not be making this live cast available today if it weren't for the help of those sponsors. So Taylor Ford and his crew are doing a very nice job, and Taylor's the one that made sure that I had a couple more of those sponsors on there. So again, sponsors, thanks for your help, and we hope you're enjoying the
from a marketing standpoint, the ability to do things in real time, to do it fast, to reach the masses of people, is certainly a great thing for our business. But the bottom line is it still comes down to people. You're still working for people on the other end.
Joe Sloan is out in the middle of the ring now, and kind of looking through and making sure everyone hasn't been one that he missed. Make the most of it. So again, we're still sorting down on Class 10. We'll be back in just a little bit with the drive of the top 10. Yeah, we're about to get the ring cleared here and start working our top end here in the Class 10, third class of the middleweight division. Got a calico gilt coming out here first, Exhibitor 1447. That Exhibitor Mays Hodgda from Williamson County 4-H. In Class 10, we're in that 260 to 264 range, I think, is the weight break in this particular class. Justin will be up here in a minute. Hopefully he's got some genetics on this one, but Troy liked that one. Rolled her back into the first pin. So the Hodgda gilt. I'm going to guess that was raised by them, but we won't assume anything until we get up here and find out for sure. Young man in the greens, Exhibitor 042. That's Levi Grimple from B County 4-H. Next out, we got 11-17. 11-17, that's Layla Hagedorn from Nueces County 4-H. Behind her, I think, is 860 is that exhibitor number. As 860 comes in, 860 is Cash Hooten from Hill County 4-H.
Cash's gilt's a Stokequist hog, and she is at Nothing Compares Pony Up. I believe that was a reserve grand gilt at Hill County last week, a couple weeks ago.
Next one coming out 646, Canyon Smith from Coryell County 4-H.
And that is a long story breaking rules from Cobb.
That 860 gilt we just got done talking about goes back and finds the top end pin. So she's pinned back. I think this next one is 1215, is that right? Taylor Moore, Roby FFA.
Yeah, and that is a Hilti gilt, she told me. And
You need to come fix this white
I'll find it.
here. It's like
Yeah, she's a young love, and she said her mother's sire was complicated name that she couldn't remember. So
That
Gilt
one
to
get,
Gilt.
irregardless, that one gets a pin back. So
Nice Gilt.
768 young man in the light blue shirt out here with the belted gilt came in. 768.
And that was a 16 liter, he said, from Nathan Ray. So Nathan, if you're listening, text me.
Kyle Anderson from Florence FFA had that one.
I did not catch the Berkshire color gilt. It's 1272.
1272. That's going to be Farron Roach from Santo FFA.
Okay, yeah.
I want to say that one is a shattered on the top side and a little bit jicked up on the bottom is what his dad was telling me that this morning. Predominantly black gilt comes out. Can't caught that young man's number
Yeah,
yet.
that's Kai Blunt. That's a Linder gilt, but he did not know positively what that Linder gilt.
Do you know anything
Yes.
on the 571 that just went back? I don't have her on my list. The loud colored shirt just got pinned
Yeah,
back.
and no, I don't know. I think she must be a substitute. That's one of the Luke girls, but I don't have a clue how that one's bred.
So 1369 just grabs a pin back. Just getting done talking about Zachary Blunt from Ivy FFA.
Yeah, that's a Linder gilt, but I don't have a pedigree knowledge.
We like quite a few more in this class.
Yeah.
1318 out here. Morgan Hansen,
That is
Somerset FFA.
Sorry, that's a Heimer gilt. She's a rodeo secret weapon.
Another Berkshire Mark gilt coming out here. Haven't caught a number quite yet. Yellow sweater. 1260.
She indicated that was a Linder gilt, but did not know pedigree.
Caden Rawls, San Patricio County 4-H. And what do you want to bet that's a Waterberg?
I'd say it's either a Waterberg or a just for Berks, or somehow mixed in there. Nice gilt.
That's the young lady that come out. We'll catch her number in just a minute. Good class here. He kept a few more out of here. Just pin this one back. I'm trying to catch her number. 749. 749 is Haley Howell from Falls City FFA. Pin back.
Yeah, she told me. She said. Bad to the bone. All she knew was a bad to the bone, which I guess bad to the bone's still up and rolling.
Blue gilt goes back in there, like what would be 8th. I think that's 791.
Yeah, that's that bad to the bone gilt. I didn't catch 749 going in.
791's Kelsey Randall from Glen Rose FFA. That Lindner Berkshire gilt goes back up again.
Let's give them a big round of applause for working through a tough class today.
Good class here. I don't know if he's going to rework them all or if he's placed any of them down towards the bottom or not, but found a nice little stout set in this particular class here in Class 10. Again, this is the third class of 5 in the middleweight division.
You know, Brandon, there's lots of quality here, top to bottom. You know, they go 7, 8 deep with just pretty nice kind of gilts that would have been class contenders in some other divisions, other classes, a few classes earlier, divisions earlier, so it's pretty impressive.
1447, she got a quick pin back. That's Mays Hodgda, Williamson County 4-H.
That is a rock star from Chad.
Got that 860 gilt that comes back out. That's Cash Hooten from Hill County 4-H.
That's that Stolquist gilt, and she was a Nothing Compares pony up.
1215 Taylor Moore there in the red sweater. That's Roby FFA. I think you said that one was a Hilty.
Yeah, Young Love from Hilty. I like that gilt.
Still don't know anything about the blue gilt. 571s are tagged, but we don't even have that on the updated new list. So we think we've got a substitute showman.
Yeah, that or her number's just off, one of the two.
Would say with that shirt it could be a Picasso maybe.
Very well could be.
Yeah.
Young lady does a nice job showing. She's showing pretty successful.
1369 Zachary Blunt, Tivy FFA, still out here. And yeah, just as I assumed, we're going to redrive most of these, I think.
Yeah.
Here comes that Berkshire looking gilt from Farron Roach. Farron's a Santo FFA member. Pretty sure that one's shattered on the top side.
She looks like a shattered.
749 comes in now. 749 is Haley Howell, Falls City FFA. Comes another Berkshire influenced one. I think we decided this was a Lindner gilt.
Yeah, I believe she is. But Haley Howe, we talked about 749, was a gangster breaking rules.
It's a girl in the yellow sweater, 60. Is it 1260?
Yeah, I believe so. That's the Linder looking deal. Linder
Is that right?
Berkshire mark.
Caden Rawls. May not be 12. Yeah, it is 1260. This little girl with the blue blanket gilt, I didn't get a number on her earlier, and we didn't talk about her. Neat colored deal. 791 is her number. Gonna go back in 10, I think. 791 is Kelsey Randall from Glenrose FFA.
Yeah, that's that Bad to the Bone blue gilt, yeah. Sorry by Bad to the Bone, she thought. Shabba gets up and
Attention Crossbred Gilt exhibitors, this is your second call for class number 11 Crossbred Gilts. Second call, class 11 Crossbred Gilts.
the Luke, young lady Luke girl was 9th.
Yeah, maybe 8th.
Yeah, maybe 8th.
768, I think, was 9th. Don't know whose gilt that 571 exhibitor the Luke girl was showing for, but I think that one's rolling in 8th. Looks like the Berkshire, the Lindner Berkshire's going in now. Or Berkmark, I should say.
Stolquist gilt lands about 4, I believe, yeah.
It's like 4th for 860.
Hilti gilt, Hilti Young Love goes 5. The Stolquist Nothing Compares Pony Up goes 4. And I think they're going to rack out and bring back out the 3. The Shatter.
3. Here's this Blunt Boy from Tybee FFA, 1369. What do we guess? Is that a Lindner gilt?
Yeah, he indicated she's Linda, but didn't know the pedigree.
This is Maze Hodgda, and I'm guessing Hodgda's probably raised that one. I hope I'm saying that right.
What is it?
Haida.
It's Haida.
Yeah, Haida.
Maze Haida.
Just like I thought it wasn't. It's Haida.
Rockstar mogul Chad Hyder did raise that one.
And here's Farron Roach back out with, and I know that one's shattered on the top side of that Berkshire appearing kind of gilt. Three for the tri-colored gilt, the Haida gilt. Farron Roach is second, and Blunt is first.
So Gilts.
Well, first and foremost, I apologize for taking just a little extra time and having to re-rack, but when I go to bed tonight and lay my head on the pillow, I want to make sure there's no stones unturned, and we got all the facts on all the hogs that came to the ring, whether they were first or 10th or didn't make it to the cut or whatever it may be. With that being said, again, I think we could tweak all these in a place or two. Skin, hair, freshness, presentation, and squareness of build as they come right at you favors the gilt that win the class. And I'll be the first to say I'd like to push her back in her shoulder blade and lengthen her out of her rump, and if we could do that, I think she'd take a longer, just more athletic stride. But that's good livestock right there. That one comes at you easily the squarest and most consistent from the top side of her blade to her knee to where her front foot hits the ring surface. She's upright on her pasterns like she needs to be. When you get behind her, she is ultra stout and square and secure. She's got a big back laid in her, and she's got the right kind of length to height ratio when you get off to the side of her. A very high quality one to go ahead and win this particular class. The no doubt in my mind line. The Berkshire appearing gilt that lands in 2 has the advantage within that pair in terms of range of motion. Perhaps she has this advantage because she's a little lower set about her tail set, and that allows her to get her hock and rear foot underneath her and drive at a comfortable level. At the same time, that's a big-footed, heavy-legged looking one that's got a neat kind of look up front, one that's still tall-shouldered and very attractive, one that's extended ahead of her blade, yet offers some stoutness of skull. I would like to tie her neck just a little higher on the top side of her shoulder, leveling her up in her rump, and as she drives right at you, I didn't see the genuine squareness of just width up front, but man, that one can go all day and offers a neat kind of look with a fresh shape on the top side of her skeleton. My compliments to that Exhibitor. I like a lot of things about the wild color one that comes in 3, and if she's too long-bodied and short-faced for you, I guess she is for me too, and that's why she's in 3rd. That is a big square hind leg, though, when you get right up on top of her. I love that one's just density. She's got a big shoulder blade. That tells the story from there back. That is a big blade, a big back, a big pin set, ton of power, ton of flexibility when you get right in behind her. I read that one's balance just to be off a bit from the side because she is shorter-faced in relation to her length of body. That's where the Gilton 4 has the decisive advantage. I told this young man, other than this one coming right at you, I'm a big fan of this one. Good looking, good centered, awesome skin and hair. Her hip and hind leg is as good as anything we have in this particular class. She just has to be better as she drives right at you. I've talked to these other kids individually. Awesome group. Let's put our hands together for those Exhibitors, please.
In 9th, Kyle Anderson, Florence, FFA. In 8th, Zoe Eli. 7th, Falls City FFA, Hallie Howell. In 6th, Peyton Rawls, San Francisco County 4-H. In 5th, Taylor Moore, Roman, FFA. In 4th, Cash Houston, Hill County 4-H. 3rd, Mace Ida, Williamson County 4-H. 2nd, Farron Roach, Santo, FFA. And your class winner from Tibby FFA, Zachary Blunt.
To have a breeding program, there has to be a plan. It doesn't have to be popular. But it has to be backed by conviction. Backed by quality. The satisfaction is in the results.
Okay, we start off here at the top end of Class 11, 1207. Young lady comes out. Addison Porter from Raines FFA. Addison didn't know how that one was bred. Predominantly black gilt that comes out next. 1394. That is Riley Klein from Venus FFA. That is a Lindner bred gilt. That's a Hood Mills on a Twigs. Here comes a Canales gilt. Leighton Canales, Odom FFA. That's an Enough Said locked in. Dirty Secret, locked in Dirty Secret from C&P Livestock. Comes Fort, Bryn Fort. That's a Hero Lock It Up from Young Livestock. Fort gilt goes back into pin 1.
And Canales goes 2.
Canales coming back in as well. Pink sweater coming out. What's her number?
1445? No, 1438.
1438. That's Ella Dora from Wichita County 4-H. That's a Fisher Genetics gilt, and that she's out of Snafu. Didn't know what it was on the bottom side, but Snafu gilt.
1444.
1444. This is a. I want to keep calling it Hajda, but it's something different. What? Haida? Is that what we said?
Haida.
1444 is a Haida bred gilt. She didn't know how it was bred exactly. Whitney Drummond, though, from Williamson County 4-H. Gray sweater coming out. I think once we catch this number, I think this may be a Siren gilt.
She has a Siren look to her for sure.
1438 goes back in a pin. This is 1227. The young lady in the gray sweater. 1227. That's Hannah Weaver from Rouse FFA. Yes, that is a Siren gilt. That's a Try Harder Rockstar Blurred Vision.
Crossbred exhibitors, this is your first call for class number 12. Class number 12.
We missed a young man with a belted gilt there. That's a Lindner gilt. Young man had that's in the light colored shirt. I'll catch his number here in a minute. Young man here in the blue with this predominantly white gilt.
1066 is the young man on the far side.
1066, that was that belted gilt. She is a Wyatt Dukas from Medina Valley FFA. That's a Lindner gilt. Young man in a blue sweater with that predominantly white gilt at 788. That is a Steely bred gilt. Desperado on a focus up. 1458, young lady there in the red. She didn't know anything about her gilt, but that's Carmen Miller from Winners FFA. We've got 4 stuffed back. Lindner gilt, CP Livestock gilt, and a Fisher gilt, and that Hero gilt from Young Livestock.
Dano.
Second call, class number 12, Crossbred gilts to the staging area. Second call, class 12, Crossbred gilts to the staging area.
5th place is going to be that Haida gilt. Now we're going to rework this top 4.
Hero gilt from Dan Young. This 4th showing.
Next one coming out is Leighton Canales, Odom FFA. That's a C&P Livestock. That's an Enough Said, Locked In, Dirty Secret.
Well, he is bearing down. Good showing.
Coming out here is that Fisher bred gilt. That's Ella Dora from Wichita County 4-H. That's a Snafu. Exhibitor 1066 now coming out with a Lindner bred gilt. Well, he's going to rework this one again. It's that Haida gilt. Exhibitor 1444, Whitney Drummond from Williamson County 4-H.
Sure, a stout one there. Fisher gilt goes 5. Leonard gilt goes 4.
You have a Crossbred gilt in class number 12. Please make your way to the staging area.
Got the Canales hog left out here, the Ford hog, and then the lady with Whitney Drummond that had a gilt.
The red one feels probably a pretty good option. Mine.
Canales goes 3. That's enough said, locked in. Ida and then Fort wins. Judge for your comments.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really much like many classes today. Again, I don't know if there's one that just puts it all together and screams, I'm a great one and needs to win. But I think just the one that patterns the best and offers the best skeleton and attractiveness and silhouette from the side is the young lady here to my right. Does that one overwhelm you when you get right up on top of her in terms of her body shape and the spread and dimension that she does have? Absolutely not. But I think she's one of the two within the top 3 that offer a square build coming and going. She's good on her pasterns, awesome in terms of her feet and legs, one that paints an awesome picture from the side. If I was to change her, I'd give her a shot, just more body shape and fluff to the center portion of her skeleton. That's where 2 and 3 have the advantage. Young lady in 2 kind of stuck with it, and it paid off for her. I had her down the line there just a bit as that gilt was wanting to run, and consequently get just a little wobbly hawked when you got right in behind the livestock. But, man, when that one settles down and kind of gets in sync, I think that one does so many things right. She's got a stout mug. She's extended ahead of her blade. That is a tall-shouldered one that pulls together a strong top line. And even though I think her range of motion could be better and she's a little wider from behind than I'd consider ideal, I still think the slope to her hip and the angle to her hock and her rear foot placement is still very good in this particular drive. She does want to roll up front, and her front foot and pastern as she comes right at you gets a little excessive in her width from behind. Young man in 3's got the one that may go on and generate the best bears or boar prospects, if you will, because where this one's out there, I think she's very good. That is a big bladed one that's got a monster back in her. She's stout-skulled and short-backed and still offers range of motion from the side and from behind, remains square. For me, as you dip into the details and just start studying build and balance, that one quickly became the 3rd in this particular class. In this judge's opinion, she's too upright in her shoulder blade and knee, and consequently wants to crash down on her front pasterns. She's not as attractive ahead of her blade as I'd consider ideal, but man, give credit where credit's due. Where that one's good, I think she's as good as maybe we've seen within the last couple classes. Just to take them home and make a sow out of, I like the 1 and 4, and again, dug her out of the Dead Sea. I guess I'm not afraid to do that, swallow my pride and do that. That one come across in the sift pen just a bit more generic, and she is when she gets back out here, but at the same time, she's a good skeleton one that's extended and offers the right kind of body shape and muscle for a female, in my opinion. Just need to dress her up just a bit to get any higher. The one that comes out next is a big-legged one that's extended. Get on top of her, and she's too plain. From there, we work into some others that offer some neat pieces, just didn't put it together in a collected enough fashion. My compliments on another great group of kids. Let's put our hands together for them.
11, Crossbred Gilts. In 10th place, Winners FFA, Harmon Miller. 9th, Riley Klein, Venus FFA.
Okay, do you have Roach's paper from last?
Rouse FFA, Hannah Weaver, 6th. Brains FFA, Addison Porter, 5th. Wichita County 4-H, Ella Dora. In 4th place is Wyatt Ecos, Medina Valley FFA. 3rd place is Layton Canales, Odin FFA. 2nd place, Whitney Drummond, Williamson County 4-H. And your class winner from Burke Burnett FFA is Bryn Torres.
That Linder Gilt that we're kind of questioning on, you get on top of her, she's actually pretty powerful. Her skeleton,
from down low.
yeah,
Okay, now going in the ring, we're in Class 12. This is our 5th class of the middleweight division. So after Class 12, we'll do Class 13 and 14, which will be considered our Grand and Reserve Champion middleweight division crossbred gilt here at the 2022 San Antonio Livestock Show. So again, after Class 12, we'll bring class winners back from Classes 8 through 12 and show for Grand and Reserve middleweight division. 40 head here in Class 12. Weight range going from about 270 to 280, if I believe right. No, it looks like maybe 270 to 275 is where we're at on this weight range in this particular division. So, Class 12, crossbred gilts. Real quick, want to run through the list of sponsors for today's webcast, and certainly could not be doing this for you today here at the San Antonio Livestock Show without them. Appreciate all of our sponsors, Flatland Genetics, Hoff-Schulte Genetics, Jimmy Juice, Kanoth Show Pigs, Newcastle Genetics, Sunglow Feeds, Laird's Premium Blend, Heimer Hampshires, Frozen Genetics, Steely Genetics, Rival Genetics, Hot and Water Show Pigs, Cellring.live, D&D Trailers, Mormon Showtech Feed, Stewart Farms, Sweet Tooth Farms, Winmore Show Pigs, D&D Livestock, Fierce Threads, Hayes Farms, In-Game Genetics. In-Game Genetics I did not read earlier, so I wanted to add that one. So that's the list of our sponsors today. We certainly appreciate their sponsorship of the webcast here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. Again, we are almost done through the initial sift here in Class 12. Again, this is the 5th class of middles. So after the conclusion of Class 12, we'll be going into the Middleweight Grand and Reserve Champion Crossbred Gilt Drive. That will count as Class 13 and 14. And then we'll roll into the heavyweight division, so that's Class 15 through 19 to end up our day here at the Crossbred Gilt Show. So stay tuned. We're finishing up the sift here on Class 12. We'll be back to you momentarily with the top 10.
Just a little things, talk about some of our sponsors real quick here. Flatland Show Pigs or Flatland Genetics in Colorado. Hoff-Schulte Genetics, Miami, Oklahoma. Jimmy Juice, Skin and Hair Spray. Kanoth Show Pigs, Milford, Illinois, I believe. Newcastle Genetics, Elgin, Oklahoma. Sunglow Feeds, Laird's Premium Genetics, Arlington, Indiana, I believe. Heimer Hamps, On the Hill. Frozen Genetics, Mike Steele, Steele Show Pigs. Rival Genetics, the Swinhogan family. Hot and Water Show Pigs, California. Cellring.live, Dave Mullins Company. D&D Trailers, Seguin. Mormon Showtech Feed. Stewart's. Sweet Tooth Farms, Oliver Rusher. Hale Center, Texas, and Dennis there. Winmore Show Pigs in Wisconsin. D&D Livestock there in Oklahoma. Fierce Threads, the Stanley family. Hayes Farms, Cassidy Hayes Farms there in Port Lavaca. In-Game Genetics, Albrock family. Jess. Really nice set of hogs here. We got several pinned, and should be a very interesting genetic group here to look at.
Once again, we give the middleweight competitive class of hogs. Let's give all these kids a round of applause as they head back to their pins.
To have a breeding program, there has to be a plan. It doesn't have to be popular. But it has to be backed by conviction. Backed by quality. The satisfaction is in the results.
Okay, guys, we are in the final class of Division II here at San Antonio. Really nice set of gilts coming out in this class, and this, like I said, this will be the final class before our division. As soon as we get numbers, we'll kind of give some pedigrees to our best knowledge, best of our ability.
It's like 1133's coming out first. That's Joel Jones from Parent FFA.
That is a Cornerstone Ventures gilt, and she is out of a sit-tight sow. Get ready on sit-tight sow.
Next guy in the ring's 1056. That's Ryder Habe from Medina County 4-H.
There's a French Kiss Twigs from Linder. Next young man coming out, Perrin.
Another Perrin kid. 1134 is the exhibitor number.
That is a Welcome to the Jungle Secret Society, or excuse me, Secret Weapon Best Man from one and only Mike Clay, White Deer, Texas.
Good job, Mike. That's Tice Lambert from Parent FFA was that boy's name. Next showman coming out, young man in the red flowered up shirt. Catch that exhibitor number eventually.
He's a DeBaby.
1060.
Yeah, it's Case and Evans from Medina. That's the DeBaby Little Bro from Linder.
$13.06 comes in. $13.06 is Kylie Bernard, Somerset FFA.
She was not in the pins when I was back behind there, so I did not catch a pedigree on her. Blue gilt coming out next is 918. Alaya Caldwell from Jordanton. It's a Hood Mills Just for Friends. Or excuse me, Just Friends baby. $11.92 is coming out next. And this young man is Caleb Rogers from Poth, and that is a Godfather Sandman.
Attention Crossbred exhibitors, you had a first or second place in classes 8, 9, 10, and 11 in the Crossbred Gilts.
Calico Gilt.
1192's exhibitor there. That's Caleb Rogers from Poth FFA.
10, and 11.
The girl in the blue sweater, did we catch her?
Yes, that's that Linder gilt.
Okay.
That's a Canales coming out. You can tell that from a side view. And he said that gilt was a Heimer gilt. Some board called Cracker is what he told me. Some board called Cracker. That's a Cracker gilt from Heimer, Power Hog.
I'd say that's a very nice one. I've seen some of those crackers and had the opportunity to show one last year. It's pretty good, but
yep, that was looked a lot like that one actually.
yeah, sure.
Same skull, bone, and width. Very nice gilt. Let's see what else we got coming out. Old Blake Bestie from Whitesboro is fixing to hit the deal. I know it's a Ginter gilt. It's a rumor has it Red Alert from AJ Ginter. Gilt's done a fair amount of winning this year, if I remember right, from the Bestie family. Linder gilt JFB sow, I remember.
Bernard Gilts is a lackey bred gilt. She's out of Hold the Line.
Gilt that went in 4 was a Hood Mills, Just for Friends, or Just Friends, baby. And I'd say the top end of this deal is going to be very, very elite when it gets all shook out and drove again. I think there's going to be a very impressive group. A young lady just came out a while back, that 716 in that sweater. She's one of those black savages again. Manhattan from Merriman's.
Huh.
Littermate did well the other day.
Yep. Class earlier. This. We were just talking too. I mean, the heavier you get these gilts, the more they kind of have to be fault-free, and I mean, they're getting bigger and heavier, so issues kind of get compounded the heavier you get. So putting them together like this and keeping them together, these folks have done a good job. Nice set of hogs.
Absolutely.
To roll that top set out. Should be a pretty exciting top end here. This top 4.
Crossbred Gilt exhibitors, we need all first and second places in classes 8, 9, 10, and 11 to the staging area to prepare for the middleweight division drive. All first and second places, classes 8, 9, 10, 11, please come to the staging area so we can prepare for the middleweight drive.
What do we got out there first?
That's Cason Kick Evans there at Medina. He's a baby little bro from Lenders.
That's 1060 is his number. Comes Kylie Bernard. That's a lackey. Hold the Line.
Thing's plenty stout. Nice pair of belted gilts.
Say if you're into synthetic white ones for our part of the world, you might want to look in right here.
White boar making machine, I'd say, or Barras, or all between, because that thing is stout and good looking. And as the young guys like to say, she's hairy.
I don't know what I'm considered, but I thought she's just pretty good. That's a very, very nice one, I think. She is a cracker, and if you're also paying attention to that line, Son of Cracker Crickets has done an incredible job here lately of siring all colored ones that are very, very good as well. So Heimer's got that pair of boars, and sure are making some unique white ones down here, but then just good hogs all around.
Absolutely.
This blue gilt was a Lindner gilt, correct?
Yes, sir. She was
She's
a Hood Mills.
Hood Mills. I'm not sure what Hood Mills is or how you'd even come up with a name like Hood Mills. But
he is a...
Anyway, he likes the Canales gilt too. White gilt wins.
Well, certainly an interesting class here, and I know maybe I've opened a lot of these classes like this, but lots of parts and pieces, and I guess we can argue between 2 and on down, but the one that wins just offers a very unique kind of build that's hard to do in any kind of livestock, and I'm not telling you she's the fastest moving, most athletic one that we've seen all day, and what I'd like to see her grab another gear and go, absolutely. Is that going to limit her movement? Possibly. I guess I'm okay with it at this stage of the game. That is a short-backed, long-fronted, fresh-fronted one that has an absolutely gigantic forearm. She pulls together a strong top line. She has a very, very hairy and dense hind leg that remains square and comfortable when you get right in behind her. Make show bearers that look like that, and that's what they need to look like, in my opinion anyway. You know, like I said, could she grab another gear and go at a higher level? I suppose for those of you guys that like to see him go fast, that's probably where you knock her. But a very high-quality one to go ahead and win, regardless of what color she is. Young man in 2, I'd take a ton of sows that look like this, and you know, I got a lot of buddies that sometimes make fun of me and say that I don't like them stout enough, and quite frankly, maybe I don't, but at the same time, I don't like them jacked up, and that's exactly why I can appreciate this gilt. She's very square, very comfortable as she comes right at you. She drives away with the same advantage. She is on point in terms of just where she's at from a bulk and flesh perspective. For me, she balances incredibly well from the side. I promise you, there's boars out there that can be mated to this one and make very, very good show pigs. Is she stout enough? Probably not in this particular setting. That's why she's second today. I thought she had the decisive advantage just in terms of build, balance, look, and structure over the next two that come out. I absolutely love the feature of the blue gilt, and her just raw back shape is maybe as good as anything within this particular class. That's a big front foot, a big forearm, and like I said, she's got a big rolled up back in her and remains very square and comfortable when you get right in behind her. Her shoulder blade forward in a show ring setting isn't good enough in this judge's opinion. Take it home, make a sow out of her, do what you want, because I think that one offers a ton of reaching power where she's good. I think she's incredibly good in this particular ring. Young lady in 4, I had you all over the board. Your skin and hair and just freshness of this gilt is very, very good. She has a giant hind leg, a big forearm. She's got a big back when you get right up on top of her. That looks like a sow head ahead of her blade, and I mean that in a good way from a generating perspective. I thought as the drive wore on, you stood off to the side of him, she became a little bit of a balance concern, in my opinion. She wants to come over in her knee and a little flatter in her front pastern. I'd like to see her more attractive ahead of her blade, and as she drives right away from you, she wanted to get just a little bit wobbly. I'd like to know how that one's bred, though, because she looks like she can go home and generate and ultimately make the next generation better. On the other end of the spectrum, we got the calico gilt that paints an awesome picture and silhouette from the side. That one is fresher fronted. That one is more balanced and more collected in terms of her top line. I told this young man, I thought when push come to shove and you compared her to her contemporaries in this particular class, she became the most fragile and the most refined in terms of her rear bone. And then as we asked those hogs to keep moving and stay agile, she wanted to get tight and restricted out of her hip and hind leg. That's a very, very high quality one. Awesome way to end the middleweights. Let's make some noise for these exhibitors, please.
Place we have from the Rath County 4-H, Cannon Barker. 9, Joel Jones, parent FFA. 8, Max Lambert, parent FFA. 7, Ryder 80, Medina County 4-H. 6, Blake Best, Whitesboro FFA. 5th, Caleb Rogers, both FFA. 4th, Kylie Varner, Somerset FFA. 3rd, Aaliyah Caldwell, Germantown FFA.
From a marketing standpoint, you know, the ability to do things in real time, to do it fast, to reach the masses of people, you know, is certainly a great thing for our business. But the bottom line is it still comes down to the people. You're still working for people on the other end.
Okay, our Class 8 winner.
We start our middleweight drive.
No, she's a no moss.
Number 8,
If we can get Brandon to have that number on her.
Yeah, it's 951. Gigi Stalling, I think, a Kinesi bred gilt. No Moss
Class number
HMB.
9, representing East Central FFA, Lawson Taylor.
Lawson's gilt is a Hayes Farms gilt.
Coming out of class number 10 in the Tibby FFA, Kai Blunt.
This Kai's gilt's a Shug Never Before.
Coming out of class number 11, Brent Ford from the Burke Burnett FFA.
That's Brent Fort. That was a young livestock gilt.
Hero.
Hero, lock it up.
Lawson Taylor's gilt is a Forgotten Country Never Before from Hayes Farms. Apologize on having that under hand.
And representing class number 12, Trey Canales, Odom FFA.
And the class 12 gilt is the Canales gilt from Heimer.
Attention crossbred.
She's a cracker.
You're in class number 15, crossbred gilts. Please make your way to the staging area. All class 15 crossbred gilts, please make your way to the staging area.
Pretty uniform set, pretty nice set of gilts here in this middleweight division. Certainly, folks, don't forget most of these, especially all these class winners right here, will be offered up tomorrow at 1 o'clock at the sale. Have an opportunity to preview them. We'll have them posted. So.
We'll get these 5 out here, and again, much like the lightweights, very pleased with the quality that we have in front of us, and if you liked a different one to win a class, I'm perfectly okay with that. Like I said, in some of those particular classes, there wasn't necessarily the one that waved a red flag and said, I'm the winner of this particular class, and that's okay. That's pig showing, like I've mentioned so many times. It's very, very hard to raise any kind of livestock, but these show pigs right now may be as hard as any because of all the extras that we try to put on them and keep them skeletally correct and keep them right from a build and balance perspective. Very pleased with the 5 that we do have out here. I am pretty adamant that there's one that I think becomes the most difficult to make. She looks expensive and ultimately should be expensive. I don't have any idea what she is, but she's very, very high quality. Young man with the white gilt's going to be champion.
So that's Canales with the Heimer bred gilt. We talked about that gilt being a cracker.
Your champion comes out of class 12, Trey Canales and Odom FFA.
Second from that class is going to come out now for reserve. That's Kason Evans from Medina FFA.
That's that Linder gilt.
Coming in.
The baby little brother.
Now coming in for reserve champion middleweight cross is Kason Evans, Medina FFA.
Don't lose anything bringing her out here. Still very, very solid.
You have a
5 nice.
15 crossbred gilts.
Absolutely.
Please make your way to the staging area. All class 15 crossbred gilts, please come to the staging area.
Good built, stout, sound hogs that have got a great look. Tremendous quality.
Well, again, I thought that champion was a clear-cut winner in this particular division, and it certainly looks excited, or look forward to seeing her at the end of the day. I know I'm starting to wear these out, and that's not my main goal, but just tell you a few differences that I see and try to keep it as short and sweet as possible in no particular order. The young man directly in front of me here with the mostly black gilt's got one that's certainly in contentions. Obviously, to get a little critical on here, she's shorter about her rump structure and maybe just wants to stab her hind leg a little more than I'd consider ideal. I said in that particular her class, her squareness of build and freshness up high and just skin and hair and presentation was as good as with anything we'd seen within this particular drive. Again, relaxed her in her shoulder, make her take just a little more comfortable stride from behind. The Calico Gilt's one that's wanting to tighten up just a little bit, but like I said earlier, in that particular class, and when she first came out in this drive, I thought was just as complete and solid and just as square build and right from a maturity perspective as maybe anything within this particular division. Young man's got one there that could be a little better coming and going. one, but has a big back and remains flexible. Young lady's got one here that's just as good jointed, good footed, and good legged and good built and good looking as anything within this particular drive. Does that one have just enough body shape, and does that correlate to the fact that she's more bland up high on the top side of her skeleton? That's the question to ask on her. You know, does she truly have enough? Because if she does, I think where she's good in terms of skeletal quality and in terms of her ability to be mated to some crossbred boars and ultimately make the next generation better, I think is very, very good. And then the young man that comes out of two, out of that last class is one, like I said, he is not going to blow you away, or she's not going to blow you away in terms of just her rear foot size and stoutness of bone work. I love her just sloped to her tail and her hip. I love just the way she utilizes her hind leg. That one looks like the kind that could be mated to a lot of those freakier crossbred boars, in this judge's opinion, and make the next generation better. So it's just one man's opinion today. In my personal opinion, the next best one, just from a skeletal quality and have the ability to go on and be mated and make the next generation better. Young lady right here is going to be reserved.
FA out of class number 11. Congratulations, those exhibitors.
So reserve goes to Bryn Ford, class 11 winner. That was a Hero Lock It Up, bred by Young Livestock. Again, your champion in that division was bred by Heimer. Cracker on the top side. What was she on the bottom side?
Didn't know. We'll
Don't know for sure on that, but neat piece there. That was champion, and the Canales boy drove that one. So congratulations to our winners here in the middleweight division. Really good division. Looking forward to moving into the heavies. Again, we'll have 5 classes in that heavy division, starting with class 15 going through 19. I don't believe we're going
to have a breeding
break, so
program.
Just go roll right into our heavyweight
There
division.
has to be a plan.
Like we're taking about 3 hours.
It doesn't have to
per
be popular.
division so far, so I don't know if you want to bank on that and plan on it, but hopefully we'll be picking a champion about 7 o'clock.
But it has to be backed by conviction.
Overall as well.
Backed by quality.
Again, we are
The satisfaction
class 15.
is in the
That's
results.
the first class of the heavy division. We'll step off here for a little bit and let Troy start sifting class 15.
Okay, 814 is coming out, and
814.
Paisley
Oglesby, that's a Knopf gilt. She is a next intention, never before, a mate to the bearer that was champion at Phoenix.
030.
030 comes out. That's a no introduction Teen Spirit. Drew Hubert raised that gilt. Lindner gilt here, the young lady in the yellow sweater. 1372. It's Brayley Kirkpatrick. That's a never forget on the mother to the 2021 Austin Grand. And you got 1055 that came out there. It's Connor Habe. That's a Lindner gilt. He didn't know how she was bred, but that one's from Luke. Green sweaters number. Young man just came out, 750. Hagen Boyson, that one was raised by Timbo Toch. He did not know how she was bred.
I bet she's a hater's going to hate.
706 is the young lady in the green sweater. That is Josie Johnson. That one was raised by John Moyer right here around San Antonio. For God and Country on Little Bro.
Attention Crossbred Gilt exhibitors.
Young man here in the red shirt did not know how that one was bred.
We're going to find that out.
Okay, no, he did know how. That's a 037. That's William Carriger. That's Knopf. That's possibly a similar bred one to the other Knopf gilt. Next intention, never before. Maybe that Fort Worth Barra and the Phoenix Barra were possibly litter mates, and maybe that's all one litter. But anyway, Knopf hogs have been getting along pretty decent.
One of our sponsors. Absolutely. Good hog.
1410, J.C. Robinson came in, young lady in the white. That is a Travis Platt gilt. She did not know how that one was bred, though. 528 comes in. That's Cash Swearingen from Bosque County. She didn't know who raised that one, but she did know that's an all-rise Dirty Secret.
I didn't know All Rise had pigs yet. Maybe so. Good gilt.
All class 16 gilts has come to the staging area in the Crossbred show.
Who knows? Maybe a litter mate's all right.
Could be.
Should be a very, very stout class. So we begin the heavyweights. Look very good coming back into the holding pens. So
yeah, those top four
kind of
are
anxious to see these gals come back out.
Those top four gilts are stout, big and rugged, really stout chested.
Coming out here first, we're going to be Brayley Kirkpatrick. That's that Lindner gilt. She's a never forget on the mother to the Grand Barra at Austin last year, 2021.
Great design gilts, got plenty of width, very, very well shown.
Young lady does a good job. I judged her county, and apparently I only used that on the win a class, so I probably didn't get it right. But that girl did win showmanship at that particular county, though. So
I imagine so. Another very excellent showman here as well.
Next one coming out, I believe, number's 814. This is a Knopf gilt. That's Paisley Oglesby from Hamilton County 4-H. She's a next intention, never before, bred basically similar to the other Knopf gilt we've got in here. That also mirrors the same pedigree as the champion at Phoenix and the champion at Fort Worth, we believe. So if you want to, one of our sponsors out there listening, Kyle, if you want to drop a text to myself or Justin, we could clear all that up. But two very good gilts. Good luck.
This young man's gilt's way out there.
Young man 037 brings another Knopf gilt in. That's the other Knopf gilt in this drive.
Oh, she didn't hurt her at all. A really stout, robust kind of deal. Big old tail root. Better pack your lunch here if you can run with these.
503 here in that top 4. We have not talked about that one. That one's an Otten Water gill from California.
Okay.
Breaking Rule 64-1 on a Teen Spirit sow.
That's a very nice female as well.
I would say the heavyweights are going to be pretty stout.
Yes,
the way
sir.
we've started here.
Pretty neat vision going into this deal. They look like this early. This could get really, really fun. Very viable breeding pieces for somebody, I would suspect. Hot water gilt wins.
Well, the heavyweights are here at the San Antonio Gilt Show, and you can only expect the heat is coming, and what an awesome way to get started. I think these top 3 or 4 are not only good show gilts, but they offer parts and pieces that get me fired up. And if you're a breeder standing ringside and can't get excited about these, then I guess we can agree to disagree. And again, I'm not telling you they're all absolutely picture perfect or perfect in terms of structure. I don't know if there is one that we'll see today that's that way. I hope so, but at the same time, these are very, very good. And the one that wins just looks like a beast. Hit me very hard when she came through the sift pin, and it all starts up front. She's got a stout noggin, an absolutely gigantic forearm and blade, a monster back. And even though she wants to get a little wide when you get right in behind her, I still see her to be clean jointed. I still see her to be more than acceptable in terms of her structure, balance, build, presentation, skin and hair, and freshness. That's a very, very good one there to go ahead and win. From there, I think it gets close, and ultimately there's one that I guess I'm just more okay with, or more, safe with, if you will, when you get right in behind him in terms of just rear foot shape, squareness of build, and squareness of hock joints. The young man there in second's got one that's awesome in terms of her back shape. She closely follows our winner just in terms of length of body and the mass that she does have. I love her proportions. I like her height to length ratio. In relation to that class winner, she doesn't blend as good in terms of her top line, particularly the way that she sets her shoulder on the top side, or sets her neck, on the top side of her blade. Also read her to be just a little rounder out of her rump structure. Young lady, I had you winning at one time. I thought maybe this is the combination of the two. Unfortunately, as she drives right away from you, she's the smaller footed of the initial 3 that sets her weight on the outside of her hoof wall, and consequently she wants to bow in her hock ever so slightly. I know that's getting critical, but in a top trio that offers a ton of quality and push comes to shove, I read her to be the poorest in that area. That is a very well presented one that has a gigantic back end or a big forearm. Again, height to length ratio good, is very, very good, and her balance and proportion from the side is what it takes to win competitive Barris shows at any level. Young lady there in 4, you got one that's absolutely giant-legged and extended and good-looking, still big back. She comes at you. She's the most closed up and the most concerning in that regard. She drives away actually on the other end of the spectrum. If we could fix her there, we could certainly move her up. Told these other people on down there, or other kids on down the line, we could tweak them in an area or two. Awesome class. Let's make some noise for those exhibitors, please.
For 15, we have in 10th place, Hagen Boyson of Falls City FFA. In 9th place, J.C. Robinson, Vista Ridge FFA. In 8th place, Cash Swearingen, Bosque County 4-H. 7th, Anna Wright, Banketti FFA. 6th place goes to Josie Johnson, East Central FFA. 5th, Connor Havey, Medina County 4-H. 4th, Paisley Oglesby, Hamilton County 4-H. 3rd, Braylon Kirkpatrick, Toller FFA. Second place, William Kerrigan, B County 4-H. And your class winner is Ryder Ebert of the Bell County 4-H Club.
Okay, we're now sifting through, our judge Troy Sloan sifting through our second class of heavyweights. That's class 16. Real quick though, maybe go through those top 5 in that last class again, and then give you some genetics, because they were very, very stout. Good set up towards the top end. Class winner was Ryder Egbert from Bell County 4-H. That's an Otten water gilt. Breaking rules 64-1 on a Team Spirit. A very nice class winner. Second place in that class was Crossbred. That's William Carriger exhibiting that Crossbred gilt from B County 4-H. She is a next intention, never before. Third place, Braylon Kirkpatrick with a Lindner gilt. Braylon is from Toller FFA. That is a never forget on the mother to the grand at Austin last year in 2021. Again, bred by Lindner. Fourth place was another Kanoth gilt. Similar bred to the other Kanoth gilt, next intention, never before. I didn't catch ear notches though to know if they're litter mates, but bred very similar. So another stout Kanoth gilt in fourth, and fifth was a Lindner bred gilt Connor Habe had. So very, very nice top end as we begin our heavyweight division in class 15. Now entering the ring, we've got class 16, our second of 5 classes here in the heavyweight division. We'll step off of here for a little bit and let the sift go on, and we'll be back with you momentarily. Moving into Class 16. Second class of the heavy division. First one coming out, Briley Lacey. Exhibitor 1376. Gilt bred by Maverick Squires is all she knew.
She is, get that pedigree from Justin, but yeah, that's a very nice gilt.
She said she had too many pigs in the barn to remember how that one was bred.
I think she is a fireproof. I have to find out for sure.
I believe this next young lady, 621 that came out. Haley Turek from Comal County 4-H. That's a Rick Whitman gilt, RW Genetics. Didn't know how that one was bred though. This is a Lindner gilt the young lady brings out, Exhibitor 1432. Carly Piper. She's a Never Forget Twigs. Carly's from West Rusk FFA. This is Roy Villarreal, 1316. That is a Lackey Livestock gilt. Hold the line on a king. Like the Lindner gilt's going back into a pin.
The Lacey gilt just got pinned as well. I believe.
Young lady coming out right there. Catch her number, 38. Is it 038?
038, I believe.
That's Claire Carriger. That's a Knopf gilt. Claire's from B County 4-H. That's a long line on a Rule 21 Lock It Up sow.
Very shapely gilt.
786, our next exhibitor. 786 is Emma Dean from Georgetown FFA. That's a Make It Rain Never Before from Haida Show Pigs.
The Lacey gilt is a Dirty Lovin' Outmanned, is what she is.
Young lady comes in with a red bow and the red shirt, 755. That's Addison Horton, Farmersville FFA. Addison's gilt's from Brockman Farms. Saved by Grace, Cruel Intentions, she thought on the bottom side, but definitely a Saved by Grace on the top side. 038, Claire Carriger with that Knopf gilt goes back into a pin. Young man in a black vest with a black gilt, 624 coming out. 624 is Brody Worrell. He knew that was a Lindner gilt, but that's all in terms of genetics. Like Horton's coming back to a pin. Next one coming out, they had a little trying to get numbers straightened out, and I did not get this young man's number, and the number he's got on his hip is not in this class, so don't have any information. I apologize for that. If you place it in the top 10, we'll get it cleared up and announce it for you. I believe this young lady's got a Knopf gilt coming out as well, with the black shirt with the pigtails. I think that's 837. Does that look right? 837 Elizabeth Jansen from Hayes County 4-H. It's a Next Intention gilt from Knopf.
Good.
Yeah, that one he pulled out of the Dead Sea. Maybe a tick hard for him today, but I think that one's got some very good pieces.
Attention Crossbred exhibitors, this is your first call for Class 17 Crossbred Gilts. First call, Class 17 Crossbred Gilts. Please make your way to the staging area. Class 17 Crossbred Gilts.
Troy's got 4 in the pins. Now he's placing from the bottom up. Looks like he's up to 7th now. Yeah, that can't be right. 4 in the pins and 4 left in the ring, so that was 9th that he was placed.
Well, these hogs Brandon have really performed well in terms of just they've stayed together, and shape and the rib and body is very, very impressive. What's really going to separate this group, obviously, is their skeletal build and how their proportions are all put together. But, man, the heat's really getting turned up, as we see.
Yeah, and any more of these crossbred genetics, it's not a matter of whether they've got enough muscle. It's how that muscle's shaped and how they motivate with it, and how they keep their wheels under them. And it's a management game when they get to this size. And then I commend anyone that can keep them managed up here. We're 281 to 289 getting on the big side.
Absolutely.
Drive that top four again. First one I think they're going to let out is the Horton Gilt. 755, Addison Horton. That's a Brockman Gilt. Saved by Grace on a cruel.
That one could be very valuable come tomorrow. Genetically alone. Awesome showman as well.
Next one coming out is 038 Claire Carriger, B County 4H. It's a Kanoth Gilt. It's a long line, Rule 21, lock it up. Briley Lacey coming in next.
Dirty Lovin' Outmanned from Rhett Maverick Show Pigs. Maverick will be joining us as our judge of our bear show. I'm excited to see him here in a couple weeks.
He's got a ton of shape and is big in some areas.
Large hind legs.
1432 Carly Piper brings in a Lindner Gilt. West Rusk FFA. Never forget on a Twigs. So 038's going in 4. That's the Kanoth Gilt. Third place goes to the Lindner Gilt. Carly Piper. You got Lacey and Horton back out here. Horton's driving a Brockman Gilt, and Lacey's driving a Rhett Squires, Rhett Maverick Gilt.
What a pair.
Be interesting to hear him talk this pair. Very good gilts, I think. Different in a few areas, but pretty darn solid ones. He's thinking really hard. Second to Lacey and first to the Brockman Gilt of Hortons.
Well, I'm a big fan of the top two in this particular class, and if you're not, I guess that's okay. I guess we'll agree to disagree. The one that just becomes the most elite built and the most elite in terms of her hip and hind leg, and very, very good in that regard, in this judge's opinion anyway, is the young lady there in red, and that one's wanting to get just a little bit faster maybe out here than I'd consider ideal, but when she settles in, I think that thing is flawless in terms of her build and skeletal quality. She comes at you square and consistent, and in terms of where her blade sits or front foot relation. When you get off to the side of her, that one paints a perfect picture in terms of just levelness of top line in an industry where, quite frankly, there's not many that are long-hipped. That is a very long-hipped animal, and because of that, she knows how to utilize her hip and hind leg effectively out here. Still presented very, very well in terms of her skin and hair. Still more than adequate of where she's at this stage of the game from a bulk and mass perspective. Is she the wildest built one we've seen all day in terms of bone or look or any of those things? And talking about one being tricked out, probably not, but that is good livestock right there. It's very hard to punch a hole in. I thought she had the advantage in terms of just top line, stoutness of jawbone, and just hip and hind leg in relation to the one that falls into second. I do agree and admit, I guess, if you will, when you get right up on top of them, the young lady here closest to me's got Gilts got the decisive advantage in terms of just raw back shape and the dimension that she has, especially out of her hip. She's the bigger pinned option that's got more stifle shape and just more raw muscle down the top side of her skeleton to get ultra critical. And I mean ultra when you get off to the side of her. I thought she wanted to wrinkle and come up in her ham-loin junction. That throws off her top line ever so slightly. As the drive wore on, she wanted to get just a little bit tighter. Man, that one's good looking. She's well presented. She's a fresh centered gilt that's still more than adequate, I think, of where she's at from a structural build perspective. I think there's some discussion to have between 3 and 4. Ultimately, the one that's more unique in terms of her height to length ratio, especially her shoulder height, becomes the gilt that I guess I put in third. I love this one's length of body. I like this one's length of cannon and extension out of the front end of her skeleton. She is very square and secure when you get right in behind her and utilizes her hind leg very effectively out here as the livestock drive right at you. There's no doubt in this judge's mind that one's got to be more impressive in terms of her chest width and just come at you with more power to be at the San Antonio Stock Show and get any higher. I love the back shape and just freshness of body of the one that comes into 4. I would encourage you to get on top of this one. She is absolutely rolled up in terms of the shape she has working down the top side of her skeleton. A monster pinned one that still keeps her hawk inside her skeleton as they drive right at you. Again, she needs to be better. I didn't read that one to be a stout in terms of her rear bone. Very interesting class. Excited about those. Let's make some noise for those exhibitors.
To have a breeding program, there has to be a plan. It doesn't have to be popular. But it has to be backed by conviction. Backed by quality. The satisfaction is in the results.
Crossbred Gilts, last and final call. And your results, class number 16, in 5th place, Lacey Ball. Comal County 4-H. 5th, Elizabeth Jansen, Hayes County 4-H. 4th, Claire Carriger, B County 4-H. 3rd, Carly Piper, West Rusk FFA. 2nd place, Briley Lacey, Tom Bean FFA. And your class winner from the Farmersville FFA chapter, Addison Horton.
Okay, we're now sifting class 17. This is the third class of the heavyweight division. We've got 5 classes in this heavy division. So here in class 17, we've just started the sift. So 34 head in this particular class. So again, we are starting the sift here in the middleweight class of the heavyweight division. So class 17 out of 19. And we'll be back momentarily with you in the top 10.
From a marketing standpoint, you know, the ability to do things in real time, to do it fast, to reach the masses of people, you know, is certainly a great thing for our business. But the bottom line is it still comes down to the people. You're still working for people on the other end.
Okay, up in the class, top into class 17. First gilt we've got coming in. Catch her number in just a minute. Tricolor gilt 1383. 1383 is Carolyn Reynolds from Union Grove FFA. That's a Thomas Showpigs gilt. She's a shine on a no smoke. Next young lady in the blue sweater and the yellow bow. Catch that number in a minute, 700 and something. I think that's 740. I think that's an Ottenwater gilt, Foresight Teen Spirit. Yeah, that's correct, 740, an Ottenwater gilt. 915 is out there now. 915 is Charles Davis from Joshua FFA. That gilt came from Laird. She's a Godfather Never Before. Blue gilt, Exhibitor 677, Jacqueline Schreck. That one's bred by Solomon. She's a White Noise, Lock It Up.
Sure, intriguing thing, really stout. I wonder if that's S squared, and when you say Solomon, I wonder if that's S squared. See if we can catch a number here on this young man.
Pinning this one back. Pinning 915 back. We hadn't talked about 915. Or we did. 915 was the Laird gilt. Godfather Never Before. 1339. 1339 is Bryson Hart from Stephenville FFA. That one come from Seth Stroman. That's a rule breaker, no fair, unfair.
Mate sister was in here earlier.
541, the blue gilt that comes out is Jack Walters from Brock FFA. That one came from Underdog Genetics, Mason Garner. Another round on a super puncher. Tricolored gilt young lady brings out. Goes in a pin. Troy liked that one. 1330 is the exhibitor. That's Desiree Ramirez from Southwest FFA. Schultz Showpigs raised that one. That's a White Noise No Moss.
couple white noises here in this class. Hog there premium blend.
1335 comes out. It's Callie Erfurth. That's a Lindner gilt. She's a Cruel Intentions on a Highborn. Callie's from Southwest FFA. Young lady that comes out now, catch her number, very intense showman. Showed all the way down to the alley to the holding pin. 680. 680 is Lauren Merle. That's a Lindner gilt. Lauren's from Dickinson FFA. She thought that was a Cruel Intentions Goosebumps. Next one coming out, I believe, is going to be 1225. Dylan Wagner. Dylan wasn't real sure where this one came from or how it was bred. We've got two more left. He's done quite a few he liked in this class.
Miss Burns coming out, purple sweater. What's her name? 1049.
1049. That's a Lindner bred gilt. She didn't know exactly how it was bred, but Keslin Byrne from Medina County 4-H. 1339 goes back in a pin. That's Bryson Hart from Stephenville FFA with that Stroman gilt. Last gilt that was kept back comes out. Young man's got. I believe that is Patton Patrick. Exhibitor 594. He doesn't have a number. Patton's gilt is a Newcastle Genetics gilt. She is a peacock on a first alert.
The guy can start a pretty good sow herd out of this class.
Second call for class number 18, Crossbred Gilts. Second call, class 18, Crossbred Gilts.
I think he pinned back 1049 up here in the fifth hole, and she almost snuck down there to 11th.
Yeah.
But he got that straightened out. Good job, ring guys. 1049. Keslin Burns gets in a pin with that Lindner gilt. 1225 is going in 10. 677 is going in 9. That's a Lindner gilt that's going in 8, 740. No, that's that Ottwater gilt.
Newcastle gilt goes in next. And then the Lindner gilt.
So he did pin Patton?
Yes.
7.
I believe so.
Thomas gilt, I think, is 6. 680. And those are all guesses at this point because we're redriving 5. So maybe we're off a number on that. But anyway, he's got them lined up. He's going to redrive the top 5 now. Here comes 1049, Keslin Burns. Lindner bred gilt from Medina County 4-H. 1339's out next. That's Bryson Hart. Seth Stroman bred that gilt. Rule breaker on a no fair, unfair. $541 comes out next. That's Jack Walters. That's an underdog gilt. Another round on Super Puncher. Tri-colored gilt. 1330 is her number. That's Desiree Ramirez. Schultz Show Pigs, White Noise, No Moss. A final of the top 5, 9:15. That's Charles Davis from Joshua FFA. That's a Laird bred gilt, Godfather on a Never Before. It's pretty interesting.
Plenty powerful set of females.
Yeah, I fixed the wide shot, so y'all don't have to do that now.
Underdog goes 4. Burns Gilt from Leonard goes 3.
I think I fixed like the issue.
Got the Laird and the Schultz Gilt out there for contention.
Rotated, and it's not getting signal, so just started getting like all these other colors. I think I fixed our issue. It's just that these transmitters suck in terms of signal.
The other one came in today.
This thing was rotated, so I rotated it this way, and it looks fine. It literally was a gray screen.
That green deal?
Yeah, and like where it like starts like.
Wait, is this camera here? Oh, great.
It's that terrible transmitter, but it's fine
I
now.
think we'll just throw those away.
Well, a very interesting class, and again, I don't know if there's one out here that just takes as long of a step and is a true athlete as maybe I would consider ideal, but man, with the cards that are dealt, I think once you kind of set that to the side and say, they could all be better there, which ones offer the extras in terms of squareness, in terms of stoutness, in terms of their build, their balance, their proportions, and what do they have and what can they offer that are far-reaching pieces. And I'll be the first to say, in the SIF pin, and when they first came back out, and still right now, my class winner needs to be more agile and flexible in terms of her hip and rear leg. But I think with the cards that are dealt, that one has the decisive advantage within the top pair as the livestock come right at you. That one's way wider and bolder in her chest and square in her knee. And then when you get off to the side of her, even though she's maybe not as tall fronted or as wild about her neck, I still think she pulls together a stronger top line, and those kind of proportions, length of body and frame size is what it takes to win in the barrow ring. One that still remains square when you get right in behind her. Again, I think both of them need to take a longer step. Those are the differences that I saw and the advantages that I saw in the belted over the calico. The calico is a wild creature. I mean, that one runs uphill and has an absolutely gigantic hind leg and a big hip. When you get behind him, that one's intimidating in terms of her pin set, the raw muscle shape and genuine muscle and width that she does have. She's as wide and square on the corners going away as you can make one. And you get off to the side of her, even though her top line's not perfect, like I mentioned a while ago, I still think she's unique in her ability to be that stout-jawed, yet offer extension ahead of her blade. She truly runs uphill. Her shoulder height is unreal, yet still offers some flex out of her front skeleton. I thought as you dipped into the details and just started studying her build from the side, she needs to be better in terms of her top line. As the livestock come right at you, there's no doubt in my mind I'd like to bust her and open her in her knee and just square her in that regard, but a very, very interesting one there to be in second. Young lady in 3 probably better resembles our class winner in terms of her height to length and just her proportions from the side in relation to the top 3 or in relation to that one that falls into second. However, when you just got right down to it, I didn't see that one to be near as stout in terms of her rear foot size and her stoutness and her circumference of rear bone. She too could take a longer, just more athletic stride if we're going to get critical. Show bearer proportions though. I like her height to length ratio. She pulls together a strong top line. She's attractive ahead of her blade. She's a tall shouldered gilt that's still pushed back in her blade and knee and appropriate appropriate about her pasterns, a very high quality one there to be in 3. Young man in the blue, I had you a little higher at one time because I thought you could convince yourself or convince myself maybe that was a combination gilt. I think as you start to study her build, her neck needs to come higher out of the top side of her shoulder. She needs to be stouter in her jawbone and just more attractive ahead of her blade. Young man's got one there. It's as good skeleton as any. Unfortunately needs more feature, especially in her forearm. From there we work into some gilts that maybe just fall out of bed a bit from a build or balance perspective. Very interesting class. Just how I like them today. Let's put some noise together for those kids, please.
Okay, we're moving right along. We are on our next to last crossbred class today, class 18, the 4th class out of 5 in the heavyweight division. So we'll sift through class 18, 35 head in this class. Then we'll have 19, and then we'll do the heavyweight division drive, and then we'll roll right into our overall grand and reserves. So I think we've picked up some speed, and he's doing well. Going to get done a little earlier than I thought I'd said earlier. So but again, we're on class 18. We'll go through the sift. We'll go down and get some information on the top 10 that we're going to have in this drive and be back with you in a bit.
To have a breeding program, there has to be a plan. It doesn't have to be popular. But it has to be backed by conviction. Backed by quality. The satisfaction is in the results.
Okay, here we go. Top into Class 18. Next to last class here in the heavyweight division. Solid black gilt comes in. First exhibitor 731. Mason Rumbaugh from Ellis County 4-H. Right, Mason didn't have any information on his gilt. Solid black gilt. Next one in the ring is 861. 861 shown by Sawyer Owenby from Hill County 4-H. That's a Crossbred gilt, Godfather on a real deal. Young lady comes out next. 875. Mackenzie Boyce. That's an Ottenwater gilt. Mackenzie's from Hood County 4-H. That's an Ottenwater. She's a junior Forsyth. Solid white gilt comes out. Exhibitor 770. That's Lane Bodiford from Floresville FFA. Gilt's raised by No Regrets Genetics. White noise on a reroute. Next up, exhibitor 945. That's Riley Huser from Karnes County 4-H. That's a Kanoth. It's a WAP on a Rule 21. Next one coming out, that's exhibitor 1150. That's Hayden Cabela. That's a Harkey bred gilt. He didn't know how she was bred, but Bobby Harkey. White gilt got stuffed back. Got two in the holding pen right now. He's pulled back in.
And got that Cobb gilt, the no regrets.
1332. This is Austin Escobedo. That's a Crane bred gilt. That's a Keeping the Faith on a Dirty Sancho. 1332.
Big stout blue gilt comes out. I don't know her number yet.
She is from Lindner, but he didn't know exactly how she was bred.
I bet she's a French kiss or just looking at her.
Exhibitor 630. That's Eli Worrell from Comanche FFA. This is Nolan Lee coming out. Little help from Graham Fisher on this drive. This is a Fisher bred gilt. Snafu No Mercy that Nolan's driving.
Heavyweight crossbreds. First call, class 19, heavyweight crossbreds.
He grabbed this 630, this Lindner gilt, the blue gilt. Eli Worrell placed, put back in 630. It's the number of that young lady in the white sweater.
1261.
1261 comes out. That is Callie Matthews. That's a Lindner bred gilt. Callie's from San Patricio County 4-H. Missed this one coming in. Young man right here in the blue shirt. That is Dallas Martinez, Exhibitor 612. That's a Lindner bred gilt. She's a cruel never before. Got 3 back in the holding pins at this time.
Pretty impressive set here. Big stout group of gilts.
We bumped past 300 in this class. We started out, I think, at 298, and we're up in the 307 range on the top side of this class, I believe. Harkey Gilt's going in 11. Well, 61's 10. $731 is 9. Dallas Martinez, Exhibitor 612 is 8. Six to Nolan. Crane Gilt goes next to 5. I'm going to come down and redrive these 3. You got the blue gilt from Lindner that's going to be coming out, and the solid white gilt, the No Regrets Genetics gilt. White Noise on a reroute that's coming out. Who's in that? That's that Cobb gilt. H61 Sawyer O&B. Godfather Real Deal. Here's the Godfather Real Deal from Cobb's.
good design kind of gilt, maybe just a little flatter footed, but still has a sure neat look. White gilt's pretty rugged.
No Regrets Genetics gilt comes out next. This is Lane Bodiford from Floresville FFA. Still White Noise Reroute. Kind of a neat rig.
And Yorkshire Barrel Makers. Blue Linder gilt, extra heavy duty and stout. Big old stout skull on her. Still moves wide off both ends. Very well presented. Skin and hair is extremely impressive. Linder gilt goes third. No Regret Gilts goes second, and the Cobb gilt wins.
Sizes and type and kind, and I suppose what flavor you like will determine how you like these. And I'll be the first to admit and say my class winner's not perfect. I'm sure some standing ringside said, well, she's not good enough coming at you, and I would commend you for seeing that, but unfortunately I saw it too, and I understand that. I do think once you get past that, that is the best one, that just has show ring proportions, show bearer proportions, and just looks like a man out here against boys. And I know we're judging a gilt show, but she could swallow the ones in 2, 3, and 4. In my opinion, you get up on top of her, and she is impressive in terms of the spread and dimension and just mass that she has working down the top side of her skeleton from the profile. That is a wicked-looking one that is short-bodied, pulls together a strong top line, and offers a very, very unique, high-quality look ahead of her blade from behind. She's relatively square and good enough in that regard, still flexible about her hip and hind leg. She's hairy, she's dense, and she's very, very high quality. We need to change her in an area or two, but that's a very, very good one to go ahead and win this particular class. Lots of neat things about the white one to fall in second. First and foremost, skin and hair for a solid white one is very, very good, and I can appreciate that. For one that's that tall shoulder and runs uphill that much and that is that elevated, she still has slope and curvature to her shoulder and knee, and still appropriate about her front pastern. This one's hip and hind leg when you get right in behind her. In terms of squareness, security, and just foot circumference is absolutely second to none. She's got a stout mug on her. She pulls together a strong top line, very square and true as she drives away, like I said. Unfortunately, when you get right up on top of her, she's entirely too flat to the center portion of her body. We're into the heavyweights at San Antonio. They're going to have some bulk and some mass. That one has to have more body shape for this judge today. I commend that exhibitor, though, on being second in a very quality-driven class here. My compliments to him. The 1 and 3 offers some unique things, just in terms of skull shape and forearm. I love this one's foot size, bone, and the feature that she does have. She does have more spread and dimension of the white gilt in relation to the white gilt that precedes her. I love that one's pin set, stifle shape, and squareness when you get right in behind her. This view is very, very impressive. Unfortunately, when you get off to the side of her, she comes apart just a bit. She's crestier on the top side of her neck, shorter about her face. She wants to run downhill and come up in her loin and drop out of her pins ever so slightly. But man, that is a big-legged one that is still good in terms of her pasture. If that one's in the sale, I'd look her up because I think she can do some awfully neat things on down the road. From there, we work into some give and take, obviously, and if you like them a different way, I certainly wouldn't argue. Gilts 4, 5, and 6 could all be tweaked from a structural perspective. I've talked to all these kids individually, certainly offer some quality. Let's put our hands together for those exhibitors, please.
As we're moving through our final class of Crossbred Gilts today, just want to remind you, if you have one of the exhibitor biography forms because you were fortunate enough to win a division, please make sure and bring that back to the announcer stand so we can have that ready for the Grand Champion Drive. We are meeting the middleweight champion.
So we are entering into our heavyweight class, and then class 19, we've had 15 of these classes today and ran almost 600 head of crossbred gilts to the ring. Didn't get started as early as anticipated, started about 9:30, and obviously maybe some people are still discussing when they got in the barn, but at the end of the day, I kind of told somebody earlier today, it's a whole lot better to be have a bad day at a stock show than it is to have to go to work. So we've had a great show here, man. Sloan's rolled through these things quickly and efficiently. Ring help's been good. Crossbred Gilt Show was very, very successful here. We'll talk a little bit more about the sale and discussion as we wrap up today, but I know this video will be able to be replayed, and so you'll be able to go back and take a look at these classes, and then we'll also have videos up all the sale gilts here tonight sometime as well. So great Crossbred Gilt Show. As we enter this last class, we'll go gather some information for this next top 10 and be back with you momentarily.
From a marketing standpoint, the ability to do things in real time, to do it fast, to reach the masses of people, is certainly a great thing for our business. But the bottom line is it still comes down to the people. You're still working for people on the other end.
Okay, got our final class. Got 10 of them back. First one pinned back's Holly Alderson. Didn't catch Holly's number, but I'll find out in a minute.
I don't know these season any better than near you.
You're hot. Holly Alderson pinned back. That gilt came from Mike Tosh.
Touch.
From Holly's from Marion FFA.
I did.
Didn't catch the number on the young lady in the yellow sweater that got pinned back here, but we got 826 out here in the middle. Young lady in a blue shirt. 826 is J.C. Hoyt, Hardin County 4-H. That's a solid white gilt bred by Hogue. She is actually a pure York on the bottom side. She's a stay true on a stockbroker. So neat breeding piece right there. 796 just gets pinned back. 796 is out here, young lady. Caitlin Kirby from Godly FFA. That gilt came from Premium Blend. She's an Enough Said, Dirty South, Blurred Vision. 572, young man down there in the green shirt with the killer sideburns,
He does have some good
is
burn.
in today. And first time today we've heard Rory D's name. So Rory Delm right here in the heavyweights brought a big stout one. Kelly Linzer from Burnett County 4-H. That gilt's sired by War Wagon. 1296 down in the corner. Young lady Sydney Knox from Sinton FFA. She did not know how hers was bred. This blonde girl in the gray shirt, 586, is Jordan Erickson. That's a Wintex gilt. She is a To the Moon, No Fear. A young man out here with a blue-eyed gilt. Catch her in just a minute. 1226. Talon Olguri. That was bred by CC Show Pigs. That's an ice, no moss. $962 solid white gilt that came out there, the last pin. Gray vest, Amelia Balzer. That gilt raised by RB2 Genetics. She's a French Kiss, stick 'em up.
Last set of the day. Last set of the day. Huh?
Looks like we got 3 pinned back up here. These are really heavy. We went from about 310 to a couple 340s in this class, 328, 325, 330. So some big girls.
First and second place crosses in classes 15, 16, 17, and 18. Please come to the staging area now so we can prepare for the heavyweight drive. Thank you.
Looks like we've got them placed. Now we're going to bring out this top 3 anyway. First one coming out, Exhibitor